Pod Mortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers, free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. Original Cinematic has multiple exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, is slated for release in early 2024. Upcoming films, Fetish, Sweetener, and Run, and their documentary, Drag, the Most Targeted Art Form, are anticipated for 2024 releases as well.
Their new award-winning film Group is currently on the festival circuit, and very generously, Original Cinematic will be providing a link for our patrons to screen the film on Zoom. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Salutations! Welcome to Pod Mortem. I'm Travis Hunter, joined as always by my co-host, my sister, and my brother-in-law.
Hi, I'm Reneé Hunter Vasquez.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
This week, we're broadcasting live from Club Silencio, discussing the 2001 surrealist mystery thriller, Mulholland Drive. This film was written and directed by David Lynch. While originally intended as a television series and resurrected as a feature film, Mulholland Drive would overcome production roadblocks and delays to become a fascinating and indelible piece of cinema, hailed by critics upon its release and intriguing audiences in the years since. With elements of mystery, noir, drama, tragedy, and surrealism, this film not only offers a unique experience for the viewer, but a palpable and inimitable atmosphere and style synonymous with Lynch's works. Mulholland Drive explores a variety of themes and ideas, and with much of it up for interpretation, this film is not only a work of art to behold, but a puzzle to be solved. This film was recommended to us by friends of the show and Wendigo-getters, Carissa, Kate Lamp, and Smelly Poo Poo Head. We'd like to thank each and every one of them for their continued support of the show, as well as this suggestion. This film was also one of the winners of our April Patreon poll, so thank you to all of our patrons who participated and voted. If you'd like to help us pick an episode, join us over on Patreon at patreon.com/thepodmortem. So, Mulholland Drive. What were your first impressions on the film?
So I had never heard of this movie. I didn't know this existed. I didn't know what any of this was. The movie Puzzle, you're right about that. I think, and you saying it was made for TV?
And we'll get to that.
Okay, I felt that. And I was like, okay, maybe in a different way. But the movie is, I guess, it's not the puzzle box, but it's like the puzzle box. Except this one, there's a little more than just breathing on it to unlock.
It's harder to solve.
Yeah. But the movie is, it's very cool to watch and kind of like, I don't know what this and that is, and then once it gets further in, it's like, oh, okay. I did enjoy that, but there is a lot other of it that I was just like, I also, on the other foot, it's like, it is something that you have to pay attention to. Mm-hmm. You have to look and analyze, and afterwards, you are going to want to dig into it. I'm probably already checked out after that. After the movie's done, it's like, okay, what am I watching next, or what are we playing, or what are we doing? So if that's not, if you're like me and that's not your thing, then you know what I mean. Let me know also what you got out of it, or let us know. I did enjoy it, but for me, the movie is overall it was pretty good. I did enjoy a lot of it, but this is going to be one of those that I don't think is fully going to fit, for me. I can get my foot in there about halfway, but I wear a wide, so my foot's not going to go all the way in there.
I had never seen this before. I had heard of it because I like kind of surreal and twisty movies. And so it would always be like, if you like that, you should watch this. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. And I never did. And I'm kind of like kicking myself for never having.
Yep.
Whatever. Grammar, whatever. Because I really, really had a great time with this. It's long as fuck, but somehow with the pacing, it really does not feel as long as it is. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. There's like this dreamy quality to a lot of the scenes where it's like something is weird, something's off, but you don't know. And there are these moments that seem completely unrelated and unattached to anything narratively that we're experiencing. And then either you kind of forget about it because other shit is happening, or you're like, whatever. And then later you're like, oh,
yeah.
I love those moments. If a film can make me feel that way, it's a treat. I really loved this. I thought it was really great. I think that it is visually a treat. I think the story is very, very interesting, and like you kind of don't want to stop watching. You want to find out what the fuck's going on. There is a certain point that you get to, and we will talk about it, obviously, but it's just like it's not like I want the film to rush, but it's like, what the fuck? Like, I need to know, like, what is going on? Like, if it's the movie equivalent of a page turner. Like, I need to know what is happening. And I just love that feeling. I love getting the rug pulled out from under me. I love the puzzle aspect of this. Because I know that's not your bag. It is very much mine.
Yeah, but for me, that's where the cool comes in, because it is like that. I want to keep watching to see what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And this movie does a really good job of doing that.
Yeah. I think the performances are very good, very interesting in some aspects. There's a lot that I can't really say, but it's very, I just loved the vibe. I loved the story. I loved the way that the story was told, and finishing it, I was like, it's pretty clear what happened. Like, I know that it's told in a strange way, but I'm like, it's this, and this. And then the more that I unpack it, I'm like, I don't think that it is this. But it's like we talked about with Possession last week. It is so many theories could fit, and almost always there's one outlier or one thing that doesn't quite fit. So it's like it is like a puzzle, and a couple pieces are like missing. You know what I mean? And it's kind of frustrating, but it's just a really, overall, it makes the film this really cool and unique experience. And it does make me want to watch Twin Peaks, and I'm just kind of annoyed that my brother and several of my friends never told me to do that.
Are you joking? Wow, starting it off with a lie. No, and it's funny to me because I actually watched Mulholland Drive before I watched Twin Peaks.
Oh,
okay.
And so watching Twin Peaks, it was kind of like, oh, this is the guy that made Mulholland Drive, which is interesting. But the first time I saw this, I think it was back when Netflix was mailing DVDs.
Okay.
And it was because I was very, very trying to get into films.
All right.
And films lists of the greatest films of all time. This one would appear so often. And after seeing it so many times, unlike what you did,
shut up.
You're like, what? Don't tell me how to live. I decided to give it a try.
Yeah.
And the thing is that I don't know that I was ready for this kind of a narrative at the time. I think that it took me a little while, and rewatching it for the show, I gained much more appreciation for it.
Okay.
I really, you know what? I know. I loved it the time that we watched it for the show.
Yeah.
And I will say the reason that we're covering it as well, I have always wanted to dig into this film.
Right.
And to discover what it is and unlock this mystery behind it. And so for the month of April on Patreon, I picked it was a curated list for Travis in honor of my birthday month. and we're going to continue, and you'll get yours in June, and JP will get his in September.
Right.
It's not just about me.
Let's be very clear
about that. But Mulholland Drive tied for the winner.
Right.
And the other winner of the poll will be my official birthday pick in a couple of weeks. But I was also very intrigued to see the interest in us covering this film. And that only made me want to dig into it even more.
Okay.
And watching the voting come in on that poll was why I was like glued to my phone.
Yeah.
They were neck and neck for so long.
Yeah, it was a nail biter.
Yeah, and it literally ended with the same exact percentage of votes.
Yeah.
Like, it was very exciting.
But I very much, as I rewatched it for the second time to cover it on the show, just appreciated so much that there is style and substance, because the style of it is so unique. It is so David Lynch. It is so atmospheric. There is some weird dreamlike surrealism and eeriness that hangs over the entire film, to where you kind of question everything.
Yeah.
And there's so many odd non sequiturs, seemingly.
Yeah.
Like you both said, that when you get to the end of it, you're like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And you start, and that's where I think the puzzle, it starts coming together and the picture becomes a lot clearer. There are so many details that matter throughout that, again, just go right over your head. But then when it starts to come together at the end, you're like, everything means something.
Yeah.
And it's kind of amazing. And to me, that's just a credit of David Lynch's creativity. I really think that his unique style of storytelling really shines here, and his sensibility is just unmatched in a lot of ways. But like you had mentioned, the performances are amazing. A lot is asked of these actors.
Yeah.
And we can't explain why just yet.
Yeah.
But I think that the detail of it, there are so many themes within it, so many different ideas explored. But I, like you, Nay, again, from having watched it when I was younger and not really grasping it, but watching it now for the show, I was surprised by how cohesive the narrative is.
Yeah.
I was shocked because, again, the reputation that this film has is it's just like, you know, somebody dumps something on the floor and like, you figure it out.
Yeah.
But I didn't feel that really.
Yeah, towards the end, I was like, "Oh, all right." Like you were saying, it's just for me. There was a lot of, and we'll get into it, but there's a lot of times where I was just saying, "Huh,
yeah,
okay," and then later, like you said, the payoff was worth it. It was like, oh,
Yes.
okay.
And I mean, there are parts that are quite confusing for a very long time. There are still some things that I'm like, I understand what that is. I don't know what it means as a symbol.
Yeah.
And you're still trying to figure it out. It's like we talked about with Possession, where you're still unpacking it all this time later.
Yeah.
And rewatches reward you on a film like Mulholland Drive. And that is definitely a check in the positive column for me.
Yeah.
I just think that the film itself is, and I don't know how to describe it. It is tragic. It is frightening. But there's a lot of it that is very comfortable.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the vibe?
Yeah. The film, it really is a vibe.
Yeah.
It is.
That it is.
I've heard kids say that, I think. But I think another thing about it is that Lynch and his love for film shines through in the creation of this film.
All right.
I feel like, and I saw this a lot, and I was upset that I saw it because I thought it independently. It feels like a love letter to Hollywood, but also holding a mirror up to Hollywood.
That's what I got more of.
Yeah.
It was like, look at yourself.
Yeah.
That's how I took it.
Because it feels like we're seeing this city as the icon that it is.
Right.
But we're kind of demystifying it too.
Yeah.
So it's just, I mean, it really is the good, the bad, and the ugly of this city.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I really just can't say enough about it. I love it tremendously. I'm very glad that we revisited it for the show and have so many people that voted for it and want us to cover it. I am not going to give away my score just yet, but I think it's pretty obvious. But I did want to talk about the production, which I hinted at a little bit in the intro, because it is fascinating. So I cobbled together all of this information from a variety of sources. There was an article on American Film Institute. There was a making of featurette. There was an interview in the Criterion booklet. There was a press conference at Cannes Film Festival, and there were excerpts from a book called Weirdsville, USA by Paul Woods that I found on the Internet Archive.
Okay.
Oh.
A great resource. I just want to say that. Not sponsored, but, you know. But as I mentioned in the intro, this film, Mulholland Drive, did not begin as a film originally.
Okay.
It was originally conceived as a pilot for a television show.
Okay.
So, from what I understand, Lynch apparently felt incredibly inspired by the thought of a single image. And that image was the street sign of Mulholland Drive illuminated by headlights.
Okay.
Just from that idea alone, all these other ideas spiraled just from that.
I'm so jealous.
Yeah.
Was he high?
Maybe.
Well, I don't know. But he said he was thinking about the road. He says the twists and turns of it, abstractions that can exist from this kind of a visual.
Okay.
And kind of feeding into the twists and turns of the creative work that we're about to discuss. Interestingly, they said that the title and the seeds of the idea came about when Lynch was still working on Twin Peaks in 1990 and 1991. And I read a few interviews, one of them with Sherilyn Fenn, who played Audrey Horne in Twin Peaks. And she had said that originally it was intended as a spin-off for her character. And Mark Frost, the co-creator of Twin Peaks, also said the same thing. But after Twin Peaks was canceled, and this was a show that was on ABC, it was ABC that Lynch went to in 1997, along with the head of Imagine Television, to create Mulholland Drive as a TV series, but not at all connected to Twin Peaks anymore.
Huh.
So what he did was he pitched a few plot points, and he did it so vaguely that the executives were hooked, and they were like, what happens next?
Yeah.
And he's like, well, you have to buy the pitch. Which is brilliant.
Yeah.
So smart.
So he was given a budget of $4.5 million.
Okay.
Which was increased to $7 million when Touchstone Television got involved.
Oh, shit. Okay.
And so production began for Mulholland Drive, the TV pilot, in February 1999. But rough cuts of it were shown to ABC and did not go over well at all. And so they gave him an absurd list of notes. There was a ton of micromanagement, ideas that they wanted changed, and we'll get into a lot of them. But as they watched it, they were truly just confused, disappointed, and didn't know what to do with it.
But if it's a TV show, I mean, you got to let it play out. I understand if we're confused right now, but if you're that intrigued by what he's telling you, just that, and you're
Let
like,
him.
okay, yeah, what's happening next? Just, okay, this is a little weird or whatever you're showing us. We're confused, but just make this make sense at the end.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
We got to flesh it out.
Yeah.
You're meeting these people.
Yeah.
You know, you're not going to get everything.
He also doesn't strike me as the type of person to enthusiastically take notes.
No. He is a creative force.
Yeah.
But the thing that was extra infuriating is for the pilot, Lynch understood that it would be a 2.5 hour pilot. And he wanted 2.5 hours for the slot of this pilot. ABC forced it to be cut down to 2 hours, which he was like, okay.
Yeah.
But it's a 2-hour time slot, including commercials.
I was going to say
32 minutes of ads they wanted.
Oh my God.
And so they were forcing Lynch to cut his idea down to 88 minutes.
Jeez.
And
So did he tell them to fuck off?
He was not happy,
Yeah.
but he did it, and he cuts it down to 88 minutes. He creates a cut that he does not appreciate or like at all.
Yeah.
And he gives it to them. They watch it, and by May of 1999, Lynch finds out that ABC will not be picking up Mulholland Drive.
After all
After
that.
all of that.
So I am curious, was it this? What he was showing them?
A portion of it, but more that would be elaborated on later.
Okay.
So obviously when it doesn't get picked up, Lynch is upset all the time he put into it, all the ideas he had for it, all the plot threads that he set up.
Right.
He was quoted as saying that it was down to the executives. He said the change of the guard since his time at ABC with Twin Peaks was responsible for it. He said that they loved it in the beginning. He loved working on it, but when it was finished, they hated it and it's dead. And so even in that book that I read, Weirdsville, USA, at that time of the book's publication, Mulholland Drive was a dead project.
Jeez.
Well, I mean, the hoops that he had to jump through and the changes that he had to reluctantly make.
Yeah.
And they're still like, no, this isn't good enough. I would be very discouraged. I would
Yeah.
probably put it on the shelf indefinitely.
For sure. And I commend him for not doing that, and I'm just amazed that he didn't.
Yeah.
He was obviously drawn to TV because of this idea of a continuing story
Yeah.
where you can just tell for 10, 12 hours
Yeah.
this story, get into these characters. And so seeing it not become that anymore,
Yeah.
he had to try to think of if it would even become anything at all.
Yeah.
So he did. He called the cast and he said, Mulholland Drive is dead, basically. But it wasn't dead, folks.
What?
Yeah. And it was producers Elaine Sard and Pierre Edelman, who previously worked with David Lynch. They asked to see this rough cut, and Lynch was hesitant because he said, I don't even like what it is.
Yeah.
But they watched it and they said, this has feature film potential.
Yeah.
And so Studio Canal bought the rights to it from Imagine Films. And David Lynch, he's like, okay, so now I have to figure out an ending.
Mm-hmm.
This was supposed to be the beginning of a series. Now it's a feature film that's completely different.
Yeah.
And so he goes back to the drawing board. He created a ton of narrative threads for the pilot that can be expanded on over time, but he's also building a cast of characters for a series run. And so that's not it anymore.
Yeah.
So everything changes. And so what I read in an interview is that he meditated. And for 30 minutes, he just meditated. And ideas started coming to him. He said that ideas are like magnets, and once you have one, it attracts all these others.
He's eating shrooms. That's what
I love that.
Yeah. He speaks in poetry a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And another thing that he had mentioned is he said, you don't know what an idea even is until it's finished.
Okay.
Which is very interesting as well, because then it can be anything.
Right.
And it opens up so many routes of creativity where it's like, well, it's going to change as it continues because it isn't anything yet until it's done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But with so much of it shot already, there were additional scenes that were written and different contexts and applications created for everything that they already had. And having an established narrative for a pilot and turning it into a film, it is this big change. And so it did take a lot of time. It was about 1.5 years between the pilot being canceled and them returning to production in October of 2000.
Okay.
But I feel like it's David Lynch, and so there were surreal elements throughout, period.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like this break kind of created a challenge for David Lynch, and it only lends to more surrealism.
Okay.
Because you are trying to marry these ideas of the past and the present and bringing it together into this feature film.
Yeah.
But ever since its release, it takes on a life of its own. It gets this massive reputation. For some, it's a masterpiece. For others, it's a convoluted mess.
Mm-hmm.
But to his credit, David Lynch was nominated for Best Director at the Academy Awards. He also shared the prize for Best Director at Cannes Film Festival.
Oh, nice.
Damn.
And Mulholland Drive was nominated for the Palme d'Or at Cannes Film Festival as well.
Okay.
We just talked about
Yeah.
that
We
last
did.
week.
So 2 films in a row nominated.
Yeah.
But I think that the cohesion of the piece and the originality of it is really just all down to Lynch's brilliance and his unique style of creativity.
Right.
Everything does kind of fall into place and it makes a lot of sense narratively, but with so many surreal elements. Whenever it was released on DVD initially, the producers asked David Lynch to come up with 10 clues to help people solve the mystery.
Right.
He was very reluctant to do this, of course. But he did come up with 10 clues that can help you unlock the mystery of Mulholland Drive.
Okay.
And I will read them to you now so you can think of them as we go through the plot summary because we're going to discuss them.
Mm-hmm.
But you can also write them down and maybe watch the film again and solve the mystery yourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So the clues are: Clue 1. Pay particular attention to the beginning of the film. At least 2 clues are revealed before the credits. Clue 2. Notice the appearances of the red lampshade. Clue 3. Can you hear the title of the film that Adam Kesher is auditioning actresses for? Is it mentioned again? Clue 4. An accident is a terrible event. Notice the location of the accident. Clue 5. Who gives a key and why? Clue 6. Notice the robe, the ashtray, the coffee cup. Clue 7. What is felt, realized, and gathered at the Club Silencio? Clue 8. Did talent alone help Camila? Clue 9. Note the occurrences surrounding the man at Winky's. And Clue 10. Where is Aunt Ruth? So through these clues, according to David Lynch, you should be able to unlock the mystery of Mulholland Drive.
these were interesting to visit when I was kind of doing research and rewatching it and everything. But every time I would think that I had something pinned down, I was like, oh, but he said the fucking lampshade. It's kind of like helpful and even more maddening at the same time.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I have to like suppress the idea in my mind that he's like, here's your fucking 10 clues. You know what I mean? Like, and they don't even mean anything.
You got to pretend he's actually trying to help you.
Yeah.
But I think that's one thing that I really love about David Lynch is that he is exactly what we had mentioned last week on Possession, where an artist creates something, they give it to the world, and whatever you make of it is what you make of it.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I did want to share a quote from David Lynch, and then this introduction will be over. But Lynch said, "Film is so much like music. So much of it is feeling. And if the mind gets engaged, there's a thing called intuition, where you feel and think to arrive at an inner knowing. Film is a language that speaks to people, but not always with words and solely with intellect. So it takes, not an effort, but a certain attitude to see certain films that have these abstractions or things that are not so normal, but they're very easily understood if you think and feel and arrive at your own conclusions. So, whatever you think Mulholland Drive is, yes."
All right.
I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Now, before we unlock this film, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Podmortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, let's solve the mystery. Amidst a low atmospheric score and on a black background, the opening credits appear in white in a font reminiscent of the Hollywood sign. But this soon gives way to the upbeat sound of swing music, several couples dancing the jitterbug in front of a purple backdrop, their shadows cast against it. Alternating couples take center stage, many of the couples repeated in a disorienting collage as drums pound, hands clap, and brass instruments sing. As the dancing continues, the music slowly begins to warp, as bright images begin to appear transparent in motion at the bottom of the frame, over the footage of the dancers. The ghostly white haze comes into focus, and we see a woman, played by Naomi Watts, approach us in a fancy silver gown, her smile as bright as the spotlight beaming onto her. Overlaid onto this is another image of the woman standing between an elderly couple, played by Jean Bates and Dan Birnbaum, framed close together as if posing for a photograph. Everything fades away, including the dancers, as the music stops abruptly and gives way to the sound of cheering and applause. We then look around aimlessly through a blurry POV shot before discovering that we're in a bedroom. We breathe heavily as we crawl over an unmade bed, a rough beige blanket and magenta-colored sheets to find the comfort of a pillow. We settle into it, fading to black, only to fade back in, and through headlights in the darkness of night, we see the lettering on a street sign, as well as the film's title, Mulholland Drive.
Okay. Now, again, I had never seen this before, and to not give anything away, I'm just going to describe how I was feeling in these moments.
Okay.
This film has a reputation of being wild, of being confusing, of being very abstract and surreal, and that is really all I knew about it going in, but I did not expect to start the film with jitterbugging.
Yeah.
I was very taken aback by that, and as we're crawling over the bed, I have in my notes, this already feels like one of those moments that doesn't mean anything now, but will be a lightning bulb moment later.
Yes.
Yeah.
And even when I was like, oh, I get it. I already know what's going on, da-da-da. And as I'm like trying to dig in further, I was like, oh, the beginning.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of those things where it's like everything is something.
I did like this. The dance in the Lindy Hop is going to make you tired. So there's your pillow. It's time for bed.
That's just natural.
Yeah. But I did. It was the same thing. I was like, okay, so this is very. I don't want to keep using the word weird, but I guess surreal is more kind of dreamlike. It was just like, oh man, what's happening? It is very disorientating seeing the different. Like you said, the overlays of them dancing, but it's like, all right, what's going on here? But the same thing, you see the pillow, then we wake up, and then it's like, okay, but I need to put that in my back pocket because I'm sure later this is going to mean something.
Exactly. And I do want to say that it's interesting to hear that was kind of the catalyst that started the idea for him was the sign, because it was a very striking visual to me.
Yeah. And especially after what we just saw.
Yeah.
It seems like 3 different projects.
Yeah.
I will say when I first see this jitterbug sequence of all these dancing, I thought it was going to fade to a silhouette and it was going to be like Jitterbug Films.
No, literally.
Like one of the production companies.
I was like, well, the movie hasn't even started yet.
Yeah, like I can get situated.
Wait, is that Naomi Watts? I was like, oh shit.
That's when I realized. I was like, oh, we're in.
Yeah, the movie started.
Yeah, we're in, folks. But that was clue 1 from David Lynch.
Yes.
2 clues are given before the title sequence.
Yeah.
And so my guess, at least 2 clues, he said.
Right.
My guess, obviously, is the jitterbug dancing. I think sleeping.
Okay.
And the color of the sheets.
Okay.
And for me, I think that sets up a lot of what my theory is about this film.
Okay.
But we'll continue.
Yeah.
We see the exterior lights of a limousine shine dimly through the night as it drives down Mulholland, and the opening credits continue, the camera following closely behind the vehicle. We then glide over the bespeckled city of Los Angeles, city lights shining like stars in the night sky, accompanied by a serene yet ominous score. We got to talk about the score, folks.
Yeah.
I love this music so much, and it is so reminiscent of the vibe that I feel from a lot of the music in Twin Peaks.
Okay.
And the reason for that is because the music is composed by Angelo Badalamenti, who scored Twin Peaks.
Okay.
That tracks.
He basically scored all of Lynch's films after 1986. And with this score, according to a featurette on the Blu-ray, he said that the original theme was written before they shot anything at all.
Oh, all right.
And then I read that there are a bunch of different incarnations of this theme throughout the film. And the film wasn't completely scored until production wrapped in 2000-2001. But he said that some of the music was simply based on character descriptions from David Lynch.
Okay.
Some of it was just about moods. He said what he said in an interview at Cannes was this music came from the soul of David Lynch.
Okay.
And what it was just like, again, just the creativity of Lynch and Badalamenti, honestly. But he would just say, I need something Russian. And Badalamenti would know exactly what he meant. And he would create tracks.
That's pretty cool.
In a featurette that I watched with him, he said that he refers to David Lynch as his second best wife. Because his wife is his first best, but he and David Lynch are so connected. He said that David Lynch would get an idea. He would call him and be like you said, well, I'm thinking of this for this character and this for this scene. And he would just start playing something or start writing something. Yeah. And he said that they just worked off each other in that way. And that the one thing that he loves about David Lynch is if he's like, that's it, I like it, he never doubles back.
Okay.
If he says we got it, if he says that's it, that's it. That he knows exactly what he wants, and when you nail it, you don't have to worry about it anymore.
That's pretty cool. And besides him just loving David Lynch, he's like, I love you, I'll get it done, baby. Bye.
Yeah. I love you so much.
But the music is good. I mean, I guess that's why they're driving so slow, because they're jamming out.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, we're never going to get home.
Savoring it.
Yeah.
No, it's incredible. He had said that they used the Prague Symphonic Orchestra for the film, and they had gone to Prague, and David Lynch had given him a direction. Simply, he just said, I need firewood.
Yeah.
And he goes, okay. But it was taken to mean long, slow burning tracks in the background.
Okay.
And so it was just low instruments. And he records that 10 to 12 minutes. And David Lynch, he goes, what if I pitched it at half speed? What if I pitched it at quarter speed? And that's some of the stuff that ends up in the film.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
And so you have these moments where it just feels eerie and weird. And it's because the music is pitched quarter speed.
Right.
And so it's just like, and David Lynch was the sound designer for the film as well.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
So it's just incredible work. And I know that this will make you happy because it made me happy to hear this. I love Badalamenti from Twin Peaks. He scored a lot of things, but he also scored the video game Indigo Prophecy.
Oh,
there you go.
But in the back seat of the limousine sits a woman played by Laura Herring.
Now, Laura Herring, I remembered her immediately because She was the wife of John Travolta's character in The Punisher.
Really?
Yeah, and I was like, I know that face. I was like, I know that lady. But she also was in Willard in 03. She was in John Q from 02, and she also starred in Little Nicky in 2000. I did not I did not remember that, and I was like, what the fuck?
Not at all.
But yeah, no, she's great in this movie.
Yes.
I read an interview with her, and she had some really interesting things to say about David Lynch's direction. I'll wait for the moment so that I don't give anything away. Also, a very interesting thing that happened to her when she was going to audition that I'll talk about in a minute. But she just had a lot of really great stuff to say about David Lynch, which is like kind of a relief because a lot of these directors that we learn more about, I mean, listen last week. The way that they talk about people or the way that they treat people on set is often disappointing. She talked about this one time that someone in wardrobe had commented about her weight.
Really?
And that she was very upset, obviously. And David Lynch came over and was like, you do not listen to that. Don't think that you need to lose one. Like he said it loudly. Don't think you need to lose 1 pound in front of that person. That person just got quiet. But the way that she would describe him is he really goes to bat for his crew. And I was just like, that pissed me off, honestly, even reading that. But also, she was crowned Miss USA in 1985.
Really?
Yeah, just like Kenya Moore was later.
All right. Didn't we get enough of
But no, she's stunningly gorgeous. So that's really not surprising. But there's some little interesting nuggets. You can see kind of the way that David Lynch's mind works and his direction to her or for her. But she said that she was picked from photos of actresses for this part. And when he met her, she said it felt like a moment in this movie.
Oh, wow.
Something that is said a few times in the movie, that he saw her and was like, this is it.
Okay.
I did see quite a few interesting things about David Lynch's casting process. And he works with casting director named Joanna Ray. We actually talked about her on the Blob episode.
Okay.
Oh.
Because I think that she had a hand in getting a lot of Lynch actors into that film.
Okay.
Awesome.
But anytime that he would get a photo or anything of an actor that wanted to be in the film or that he thought of putting in the film, there wasn't really an audition process. We say that this film is kind of a vibe. That's his casting process. He would meet with the actor and he would know immediately if they could do the part or not.
Yeah.
It works.
Yeah.
It's just incredible.
I mean, he wasn't wrong for anybody.
No.
Yeah.
But she did say that even if she never worked again after this film, she wouldn't even care because she feels like this film and working with David Lynch at all, she left her mark on Hollywood.
Oh, that's amazing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I saw a short interview with her on a featurette, and she had said whenever she was called and told that Mulholland Drive was dead, she told David Lynch, no, it's not. And she was right.
Yeah.
But she gazes through the windshield, darting her eyes periodically at the limo driver, played by Randall Wolfe, and another man who sits in the passenger seat but hides his face in shadow. The vehicle suddenly slows to a stop, drawing the ire and confusion of the woman, who asks what the driver is doing, and with irritation reminds him that they don't stop here. We then cut away to 2 cars speeding quickly down the road, the occupants of both vehicles excitedly shouting and hollering into the night, dangerously hogging both lanes of traffic. I really hope there's not a fisherman walking down there.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Gonna have a bad summer.
Is that Julian Ray? What the fuck?
But back in the limousine, the limo driver suddenly draws a gun, reaching his arm through the divider to point at the woman in the back seat.
Honestly, the vibes have been off.
Yeah.
I was waiting for something like this.
He orders her out of the car, and as the passenger steps out of the vehicle to remove her himself, the shot intercuts with a shot of those 2 speeding cars we saw previously. The woman's eyes grow fearful, but before the passenger can seize her, the screams and cheering from the speeding cars grow closer until suddenly their headlights beam through the windshield of the limousine. The driver returns his eyes to the front of the limo as the car in the left lane speeds past, but the car in the right lane collides head-on with the limousine in a burst of smoke, sparks, and metal debris. The woman lurches forward from the impact as the limousine crumples, and the speeding car spins violently, screeching to a stop as a fog of smoke surrounds and engulfs it.
Now, I am not ever one to victim blame, but this was foolish fucking behavior.
Oh,
It was.
Yeah.
I don't know what y'all thought was going to happen. And I was
Yeah.
like, did the other car just keep fucking going?
I guess.
Yeah.
Well, that sucks.
Glad that wasn't us.
And-
I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
If you're going to stop in the middle of the road to kill your passenger, at least put your hazards on. That's all I'm going to
This
say.
is on y'all
Wow.
too. But that's another thing that Laura Herring had said, that she got into a minor car accident on her way to meet David Lynch to talk about
No,
this.
No.
And then when
way.
she got there, I can't remember who she said. It might have been the casting director, but she was like, I'm late because we got in an accident. And that she was like, are you joking?
That's
And that they kind of looked at each other and were like, oh, wow. But yeah, it's like weird.
Yeah. I don't want to say what luck, but it's shittier luck than what was fixing to happen.
yes.
Yes.
But I think we can take this over what you wanted to do a minute ago.
I mean,
Yes.
yeah, I was
Yeah.
like, that's fine.
if I have to choose.
Yeah, one of us will be okay, I'm sure.
And I did want to say, clue number 4, the location of the accident.
Mm-hmm.
A place where something goes wrong.
Yeah.
But flames flicker under the ruined hood of the car, and after a moment, the woman pushes her limousine door open. She tumbles to the ground before finding her footing, walking past the wreckage and the motionless body of the passenger of the limousine who was just after her. In a black dress and with a purse slung over her shoulder, the woman walks forward, the lights of the city catching her eye as her high heels clatter against the asphalt, and she makes her way into the trees and shrubbery of the Hollywood Hills.
She said that her direction from David Lynch was that you're a broken doll, and that's how he told her to walk away from this.
You see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, I feel like, firewood, broken
Yeah.
doll. Just,
But it like sounds like, but you're like, oh, I know exactly what you mean.
yeah. But she ventures onward to Franklin Avenue, stopping momentarily in the street as a van passes her by, its headlights illuminating her blood-streaked face. She quickly crosses the street and continues through the night. She then crosses through a neighborhood, the streetlights cutting out the silhouette of tall palm trees, before she finally arrives at an apartment complex off of Sunset Boulevard. So aside from this street being something of a Hollywood landmark, it's also the shot of the sign and the name of the street, a reference to Billy Wilder's 1950 film Sunset Boulevard. There's a few more that come up and kind of share a theme with Mulholland Drive.
Okay.
Also, the title also being the name of a street is very interesting.
Yeah.
And Lynch cited the film as one of his influences on the film, but not directly, more trying to capture what that film was expressing about Hollywood.
Okay.
Okay.
But confusion and tears filling the woman's eyes, she quickly hides in the bushes when a couple exits the building. She watches as the man and woman pass her by, their arms wrapped around each other and laughing at some unknown joke. Her adrenaline from the accident clearly leaving her, the woman rests on the ground, seemingly falling asleep. But from a view behind the gates of the apartment, the music rises eerily as someone peers at her in a POV shot.
Probably not the best idea to go to sleep right now.
Yeah.
But it was funny because when she wandered into the woods, I was like, oh, or the trees or whatever, I was like, she's going to get lost.
Yeah.
And then she just made it down to I was like, oh,
Yeah.
okay.
No, she's fine.
I thought the same thing. I was like, oh, you're just going to get hurt going down that
Yeah.
big ass hill.
Yeah.
I was like, follow the road. And then we see her there. It's like, oh, you're in the neighborhood now.
Yeah, she's like, I know where I'm going.
Yeah, this is fine. But back at the scene of the car accident, the now taped-off area is flooded with police and crime scene personnel, the lights of their vehicles cutting through the dark of the evening. As CSI work tirelessly in gathering evidence from the vehicles, surveying the wreckage are detectives McKnight and Domgard, played by Robert Forster and Brent Briscoe, respectively.
Max Cherry.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. I was like, I know that guy.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, he was in Jackie Brown.
Yeah.
But he also was in Olympus Has Fallen.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah, I know. I was like, what? Then he was in The Hunt for the BTK Killer in 2005. And then he was in London Has Fallen, which he really likes these Fallen
I
movies.
guess
that
so.
guy.
He was in Breaking Bad, too.
He was.
Yeah, he was in El Camino as well.
Yeah,
That's
I've
right.
seen that as well.
But Jackie Brown is one of my favorite films of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah, me
I
too.
was so excited to see him, and I couldn't wait to see more of him in this film.
Yeah.
So we'll kind of talk about that a little bit. It's one of the things that, of course, you're setting up all these characters for a series, and then the series doesn't happen.
Yeah.
And so I guarantee there was going to be a lot more of Detective McKnight and Domgard.
Mm-hmm.
There is a deleted scene a little bit later. I don't know when exactly it falls in the narrative.
Yeah.
But it's basically them discussing the injuries of the passengers in the accident back at the police station.
Okay.
And it's kind of the way that it's done. It's so gruesome, but the way that it's played out, it is played for comedy. It's kind of funny.
Okay. Okay.
But I did. First of all, did you know Robert Forster was born Robert Foster?
No.
Huh.
But he changed his name because of SAG?
No.
Really?
Yeah. I found that out through a little bit, just looking around.
All right.
That's interesting.
But Forster would go on to work with Lynch again in the 2017 season of Twin Peaks.
Okay.
Oh.
He plays Sheriff Frank Truman, who's the brother of the sheriff from the original series who did not return. But, and interestingly, Forster was originally the original choice to play the sheriff in the original series, but I don't know why he didn't. But it's a wrong that was righted later, I guess.
Okay. Yeah.
But Brent Briscoe is probably recognizable from The Green Mile and Sling Blade.
Yeah.
And he was also in the 2017 season of Twin Peaks.
Oh, no.
Love it.
But after a stoic inspection of the splintered windshield of the limousine, Domgard holds up an evidence bag for McKnight to see, containing a pearl earring, which was found by one of the investigators. McKnight has already seen it, and after Domgard says that it could be related, McKnight asks if any of the dead kids in the speeding car were wearing pearl earrings. Domgard says that they weren't, and after a moment of reflection, he comes up with a dynamite theory. Could be someone's missing. Maybe.
Wow.
Yeah.
They're real detectives.
Yeah. Well, so I was like, okay, so this is going to be like a Cinderella type of thing where we're trying to find who this earring belongs to.
Right. I was just trying to figure out why everybody was so kind of stiff in this. They were like, when the cops are looking in the car, they're just standing there.
Yeah.
Nobody's moving. Nobody's like nothing.
There are these odd moments of just, and I believe this is a word, surreality.
All
Right.
We'll say.
Yeah.
But there are moments like that where you're like, this feels like dream logic
Yeah.
constantly.
Mm-hmm.
And that really does aid into a theory of mine that I,
Yeah.
and probably isn't revolutionary, but. But McKnight concurs that someone is probably missing, maybe. But he turns away from that terrible scene to glance over the roads and the hillside to the vibrant city lights of Hollywood. As the red and blue lights of the emergency vehicles flash against him and his partner, he takes a few steps forward, gazing pensively into the distance as the atmospheric music of the score rises, and we never see him again.
Yeah.
I was like, things move. Again, this movie is so long, but things move quickly.
Yeah.
And so later on, I was like, wait a minute. What the fuck? What happened to Robert Forster?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I honestly, until about half of the movie, I was like, hey. I was like, what the fuck happened to dude?
And it's wild because it's kind of a credit to the film itself in the way that it's paced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That you kind of have to stop to think.
Yeah.
You're not like, where's the detectives? What's going on?
Yeah.
You don't even really. But it is, especially Robert Forster, who is such an incredible actor.
Yeah.
I think that's even what made me think about it, because if it was just two people I had never seen,
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't have thought twice about this
Right.
scene at all.
You'd probably just be like, yeah, of course detectives would arrive on the scene.
Yeah.
Done. But that next morning, the woman from the crash wakes up in the bushes outside of the apartment complex when she hears a door closing inside through the window of one of the nearby apartments. She slowly rises awake, still hidden in the shrubs, to see Aunt Ruth, played by Maya Bond. I will say some of the interesting casting with David Lynch. This is not the only person that this is true for. This is her only performance.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, this is the only film she's been in.
Okay.
But Aunt Ruth shuffles forward in her cream-colored pantsuit and bright red hair, carrying a couple of small bags. She tells an uncredited taxi driver following behind her that it's just one more bag after this one. Again, such a small moment, whatever. This repeats later.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
does.
in a different context. And just reading through my script, I'm like, oh shit. Every moment.
Yeah.
It's wild. But the driver loads large, heavy bags into the trunk as more weight to be loaded on the curb, and Aunt Ruth puts her bags in the back seat of the taxi. With the two of them busy and properly distracted, the woman from the crash, with leaves still in her dark hair from the night before, creeps out of the bushes and rushes off towards the apartments. She is eyed by Aunt Ruth, who pays no mind above just a glance, as she returns to her apartment with the taxi driver.
You really spent all night out here? No bugs crawling in your hair? No just...
She's like, it's fine.
Again,
I've been through worse.
I'd rather sleep out here than with the fishes, I'd say.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Once inside her apartment, Aunt Ruth grabs her keys from the dining room table, and from there, the camera dips down to reveal the woman from the crash hiding underneath the table as Ruth shuts off the lights and leaves the apartment. Now alone, the woman closes her eyes and rests on the kitchen floor.
Another nap?
She's got a head injury.
I don't think you should go to bed with
Not
a
at
head
all.
injury.
Yeah, I don't think that's good.
There's nobody there to keep her awake.
No. Well, that was exhausting last night.
Yeah.
Let's be real. But we suddenly cut to Winky's Diner on Sunset Boulevard, a view of the vintage sign out front, yellow and sky blue with red lettering, as a siren wails in the distance. But inside the diner, in one of the booths, we find Dan, played by Patrick Fischler, sat across from Herb, played by Michael Cook. Jimmy Barrett
Yes.
Yeah.
from Mad Men.
Yeah. I was telling your sister, I was like, I know I've seen that guy somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's so good. I was so excited to see him, and it did make me want to start Mad Men.
Good. Do it. I just, there's something, he is such an underrated character actor.
Mm-hmm.
I think every single thing that I've ever seen him in, I am drawn to his performance.
Yeah.
I remember him in L.A. Noire.
Yes.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
He was on a couple episodes of Barry, I think, which
All
you
right.
both need to watch.
Yeah. I hear good things.
Oh, it's wonderful. It's not Mad Men, but it's great. But Dan smiles an uneasy smile, diner deal decals lining the windows around them, as he admits to Herb that he just wanted to come here. Herb is confused as to why Dan would want to come to Winky's Diner, but Dan explains that he wanted to come to this Winky's. He shares that it's kind of embarrassing, and when Herb encourages him, Dan says that he had a dream about this place. Herb lets out an instinctive, "Oh boy," which only reinforces Dan's hesitance to discuss it, but Herb then begins to act as his therapist, urging him to share the details of this dream. And Dan does.
Before you jump in,
Okay.
because this is chilling and engrossing, and I kind of could not look away. I was really struck by the camera movement here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because he's talking about a dream, and it's really floaty and over their shoulders, and it feels like a dream.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk about that actually before I get into this dream.
Okay.
The cinematographer of the film was Peter Dimming, and we talked about him on Evil Dead 2,
Nice.
Drag Me to Hell,
Okay.
and 3 Scream sequels.
Okay. I was like, I know we've talked about that
Yeah.
name before.
Yes. He also shot The Menu recently, which did have great cinematography.
Yeah.
It was a fun movie. I liked the menu.
The food looked good.
The food looked great. The cinematography.
I liked the menu.
All right. Well, but he also shot a sitcom that David Lynch and Mark Frost created called On the Air, which I never knew about.
No.
But that's how we met David Lynch.
Okay.
And he also shot Lost Highway for him. But when it comes to this scene, they created a jib to use that kind of floated in such a way, intentionally trying to evoke this feeling of a dream.
Okay.
That's exactly what
Yeah.
I said.
Yeah.
So they hit it out of the park.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Dan's eyes find the memory of this dream, and his voice tinged with mild nerves. Dan says that it's the second dream he's had, but they're both the same. In the odd silence of the crowded diner, which really made me uneasy because you're in a diner,
Yeah.
Dan tells Herb that the dream starts out here in this diner, but it's not day or night when he's here. He offers that it's almost like half night. He chuckles nervously as he looks around, remarking that in his dream, it looks just like this. But he grows serious when he adds, except for the light. In the dream, he feels an unexplainable fear, and he says that of all people, Herb is standing right over there. The camera pans from Dan's face over to the cash register that sits on the diner's counter with no one standing in the space that Herb occupies in the dream. Just this pan, I felt scared.
Yeah.
I felt terrified, and it only gets worse.
And he's got a great set of eyebrows, and his eyebrows and his eyes are so expressive
Yes.
that even just like the little minute moves that he's making, you're like, oh, this guy is fucking terrified.
Yeah, you do feel the worry.
Yes.
And it does feel like a dream. So when this whole little thing is happening, I'm like, for whatever reason, I'm waiting for dream stuff to happen because I'm like, oh shit, like what is it? Well, what, man? I'm just waiting.
Well, yeah, the way he's telling the story, the way that we're floating around them, the way that it is so fucking eerily quiet.
Mm-hmm.
But Dan says that Herb is in both dreams, and he's scared too. In fact, Dan grows even more frightened when he sees just how scared Herb is. But in the dream, this is when Dan says that he realizes what it is. There's a man in the back of this place, and he's the one who's doing it. Dan leans in a little closer, revealing that he can see the man through the wall of the restaurant. He can see his face. Fear then overtakes Dan's eyes, and he looks away from Herb, who is intent on understanding it all. But looking down, Dan hopes with everything inside of him that he never sees that face ever outside of a dream.
And you wanted to come here?
Yeah, and he explains, kind of.
He does.
But the camera rises slightly above Herb, revealing the window behind him, which shows the back of the restaurant. And Herb leans forward as if to ask, "That's it?" And Dan confirms, "That's it." Herb understands Dan's desire to come here this morning. He came to see if the man is actually there, behind the diner. But Dan sums it up in another way. He's here to get rid of this god-awful feeling. Herb is ready to lead the charge, rising from his seat with urgency to pay their bill so that they can do exactly what Dan hopes to do. But when Dan turns around, he sees Herb has made his way over to the counter, standing in the exact spot from Dan's nightmares. Worry washes over him as Herb pays the bill, realizing himself the significance of where he's standing as he looks back to his friend.
Yeah, I was like, okay, now I'm where you just told me.
Yeah.
I don't like this.
No.
I'm still going to be here with you. You go first, though. Like, that's fine.
It was your dream.
Yeah.
Well, I was just like, don't dream about me no more, kid, because that's a lot. And the way that he looked when he saw him standing there is like, well, yeah, that's triggering as fuck.
Yeah.
What happens after that?
But in silence, he motions Dan over to him, and as Dan leaves the table, we see 2 cups of coffee, along with Herb's empty plate and empty glass, contrasting with Dan's full plate of eggs, hash browns, and bacon, and his glass filled to the top with orange juice. I thought this was a wonderful touch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's too nervous to even eat.
And as a collector of coffee mugs, I need that mug.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that you mentioned that mug because that is clue number 6
Okay.
from David Lynch.
But there are multiple mugs.
There
Yeah.
are multiple mugs, but I feel like this is the one.
But this is the mug.
But as Dan heads for the door, the camera dips down to reveal their table to be empty of all utensils and dishes, and their coffee cups are turned over. I will say, in all fairness, this could be a shot of the table behind them.
That's what I
Yeah.
was thinking too.
But the cut was so jarring that it kind of gives a surreal feeling of that dream logic.
Yeah.
You just show this table full of things,
Yeah.
and then nothing.
Well, I just want to know who they have on shift as busser because
He's fast.
That was great.
yeah, give him a raise.
But Herb leads Dan out of the diner, and then Dan nervously leads the way. He stops when he sees a sign on the window telling guests to use the front door, along with an arrow pointing Dan in the exact opposite direction from where he's headed, which is just a small, subtle, terrifying thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you don't want to go this way.
Yeah.
And remember this sign. But sweat covers Dan's face as they descend a small set of stairs over to a brick enclosure that houses the diner's dumpsters. The wall is covered in graffiti, and Dan takes one look behind him at Herb before continuing onward. Tension rises in the score and gives way to the sound of all the air being let out of the room. We approach the wall in Dan's POV, and just as we reach it, Bum, played by Bonnie Aarons, lurches out from behind it. Bum's face covered in dirt, green eyes piercing through the darkness of his presence, his hair matted in filth, his sick smile of brown teeth, and his outfit as black as a shadow. Dan stumbles back in a silent scream, his face frozen in horror, passing out into the arms of Herb, who only reacts to Dan's reaction, not to the sight of what his friend has seen.
Yeah.
As Herb lowers Dan to the ground, Bum disappears back behind the wall, and Herb's echoed voice calls out to his friend as he checks for a pulse, and the shot lingers on the vacant space that the figure once occupied. We immediately cut to the woman from the crash on Mulholland Drive, fast asleep under the table in Aunt Ruth's apartment. So before we get into things,
Yeah.
Bonnie Aarons.
Yes.
The nun.
Valak. Yeah.
I thought it was incredible to see her here, and she always has had such a presence.
Oh, yeah.
For real. And I know that we take the piss out of the nun a lot, but she is great.
No, yeah. And I'm sorry, there's no way you couldn't have seen that.
Unless it was
right.
there.
I will say this, and that is clue number 9. Note the occurrences surrounding the man at Winkies.
Mm-hmm.
So keep that in mind as well.
Yeah.
I will say, from watching it that first time, this is the scene that I remembered more than anything from the entire film.
Okay.
It scared the shit out of me.
Very fucking unnerving.
It's so bizarre.
Yeah.
And just surreal, and it feels out of place with the rest of the film.
Yes, it does.
It feels like a non sequitur, but you realize that there is some extreme importance to it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that bookending it with this motif of watching the woman from the crash fall asleep, we have this story about 2 bad dreams. Then we cut to the woman still asleep.
Interesting.
That to me is kind of like setting up this idea of, maybe, just starting to think. I will say that this scene at Winkies was filmed on location.
Mm-hmm.
There's a real restaurant in Los Angeles.
Oh.
Winkies?
Not Winkies, but the building.
Right.
They turned it into Winkies. We're going to talk a little bit later about the production designer because that story is kind of interesting as well.
Mm-hmm.
But the inspiration for this scene comes from a Denny's that David Lynch would frequent when he moved to Hollywood.
Okay.
He made mention that he ordered a Grand Slam there, just for the record.
All right.
But that particular Denny's used to be a restaurant called the Copper Penny.
Okay.
And Frank Capra used to go there to work.
Mm-hmm.
And extras used to line up outside of it to get work in the mornings.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's kind of an odd Hollywood landmark as well.
Yeah.
And it's kind of, again, these weird inversions of places that are so synonymous with the city.
Yeah.
That he keeps using in these odd ways.
Yeah.
But he said that one time that he went there, he heard a group talking in the parking lot, and he said that their voices were so kind and they were talking about God. And he was like, oh, it's just a nice Sunday conversation. But he turns to look, it's Anton LaVey.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And so he said that it was just this strange moment of all these things, this amalgamation of so many different experiences, the history of the building, all of these things.
Yeah.
And so it all went into this sequence. And he said Jack Fisk, who's the production designer, said that he heard David Lynch tell him a story of being scared like this at that Denny's by something else behind the dumpsters. So it's a lot of things coming into one thing that form one of the most iconic sequences of the entire film.
Yeah.
Yeah. He saw Anton LaVey and was like, is this a David Lynch film?
But I do want to say as well, we talked about certain Hollywood landmarks we see, and we do see a lot of the Hollywood sign. We see them actually on Mulholland Drive.
Yeah.
All these things. One of the things, again, just about how much ABC did not understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Los Angeles and Hollywood are so crucial to this story.
Yeah.
They were confused why they didn't just film it in Canada.
What?
Because they said it would be cheaper to do.
But
again.
So we film in Canada but make it look like LA?
Yes, that's what they wanted. And Lynch and co were like, LA.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
I don't know. They
We
still
have it right now. Yeah. We're here.
They were shocked at what ABC was asking about.
I would be too. That's fucking ridiculous.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like you said, that should key you off that they have no they don't get it.
No.
Like they
Yeah.
don't understand.
No. But we suddenly cut to a large, dim room lined with curtains. Mr. Roke, played by Michael J. Anderson, sits in a wheelchair at the center of the room, dialing a number on a headset. So I want to call out Michael J. Anderson because fans of Twin Peaks will know that he is the man from Another Place in the Black Lodge.
Okay.
Okay, it's interesting that you say that because my note here is I have admittedly seen very little of Twin Peaks, but this entire setup here is giving very much Twin Peaks.
Yeah.
And I will say as well, might as well talk about Jack Fisk, the production designer now. Mm-hmm. One of the things that he said in an interview is he's like, if you are building a set for David Lynch and you don't know what to do with a certain space, put red curtains up.
They're like, he loves
it. He loves it. I was surprised looking at all of Jack Fisk's filmography. Mm-hmm. Firstly, he met David Lynch in 9th grade, he said.
I love that.
Yeah.
And he acted in Eraserhead in 1977. But as an art director, he did Messiah of Evil in 1974. He did Brian De Palma's Carrie.
Okay.
As a production designer, he did Phantom of the Paradise for De Palma. He did There Will Be Blood and The Master for Paul Thomas Anderson.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
He did The Revenant, and he did last year Killers of the Flower Moon.
Oh, my God.
So amazing credits.
Yeah.
But he has a lot to talk about in certain locations and sets, and we'll get to that in just a bit.
All right.
But Roke's servant, played by Joseph Kearney, looks on from the corner of the room, and as the camera gets a wider shot of the space, we see a wooden desk in the corner and a couch on the side of it. All the curtains surround the entire room. It almost looks like the set of a late-night TV show to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
I was very intrigued by that. I don't know why. They said that they had actually built the desk, Jack Fisk was talking about it, to fit Roke's wheelchair behind it in that space.
Okay.
But he never moves from the spot the entire film.
No.
Yeah.
But a phone rings elsewhere, and we see Back of Head Man, played by Enrique Bolina, who sits in front of a lavish balcony, an ornate and well-lit chandelier hanging in front of him above the first floor of whatever building he's in. He answers the phone, and Mr. Roke simply tells him, "The girl is still missing." Back of Head Man hangs up his telephone, then he immediately picks it up to make a call of his own. The music pulses eerily as we find a tattered yellow phone mounted to a dingy green wall of a distant room. An antique ring light hangs arced over the telephone as Harry Armed Man, played by Richard Meade, reaches to answer it. And upon answering it, he immediately says, "Talk to me."
Great film.
Yeah.
And then a bunch of spirits show up. But Back of Head Man simply answers, "The same," before hanging up his telephone. Harry Armed Man hangs up his phone and immediately begins to dial. His call is received in some distant room unknown to us, the camera dipping down from a bright red lamp to a black telephone on a nightstand, which rings incessantly next to an ashtray filled with spent cigarettes. So, clue number 2, notice the appearances of the red lampshade, and clue number 6, the ashtray.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But there's another ashtray too.
There is. I think it's this one. I will say as well, this idea of this feeling of some background conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
This kind of continues on through the film in a couple more scenes. I feel like this is something of an explanation to someone who does not get what they want. It would make a lot of sense that there are a lot of things working in the background to ensure that you don't.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of goes with my theory.
All right.
Watching this for the first time, I'm like, so some syndicate has tabs on this woman.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted her killed.
Yeah.
What did she do? What did she see? What happened?
Mm-hmm.
But at an airport, in the light of day, through a crowd of travelers, we find a smiling Betty Elms, played by Naomi Watts.
Yeah. I'll be honest, man. When I first seen the still for the movie, I didn't recognize her, and then your sister was like, it's Naomi Watts. I was
Yeah.
like, oh shit. But I remember, and then I was talking to your sister last night, and she did King Kong in 05, and then she did Funny Games in 07, The Ring in 02,
Yes.
and she was in fucking Tank Girl in 95.
That's
I was
right.
like, I've only seen that movie once, so I can't really say how much I remember it, but I was like, oh shit, I do remember the poster for that movie.
She's great.
Oh yeah.
Yes, and a lot is asked of her in this.
Oh yeah.
And we can't talk about it right now.
Yeah.
But as we had mentioned before, she was also cast from photographs and a meeting and a vibe check with David Lynch.
Okay.
But I do want to say another difficulty with ABC that I read from that Weirdsville USA book.
Mm-hmm.
ABC had a problem not only with Naomi Watts and Laura Herring being somewhat unknown actors at the time,
Yeah.
but they also, and keep in mind, again, Naomi Watts at the time of filming is 31. Laura Herring at the time of filming is 35. ABC said they were too old to be TV stars.
I knew you were
Eat
going to
my
say
ass,
that. I
dude.
know.
That's crazy.
That's so
Are you
stupid.
fucking crazy?
I'd never believe you if you told me that before this. You know what I mean?
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It makes no sense. Not only are these ages not even old,
No.
They're not.
like it
but-
just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
But that just shows how out of step they were with each other,
Yeah.
because that's insane.
Yeah. I'm going to preface this by saying this is pretty dark.
Okay.
But I did see an interview with Naomi Watts, and she talked about having a bunch of failed auditions in a row and kind of like just being in the struggle. Like it was not working out for her. And so she was driving down Mulholland Drive and was fantasizing about just driving her car off of the edge.
Oh,
Jeez.
wow.
And then so when she heard about the film Mulholland Drive, I mean, it's kind of like Laura Herring with these weird fucking, like it was meant to be moments.
Yeah.
That is just wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And really sad. But she's
Very.
just like, well, you know,
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
Yeah. But linking arms with Betty is Irene, played by Jean Bates. Yes, we've seen her before.
Mm-hmm.
It was those quick subliminal shots.
Yeah.
I did want to say Bates, looking at her filmography, acted since the 1940s.
Okay.
I believe this was her last film. She was also featured in Lynch's Eraserhead in 1977. But she was in the episode It's a Good Life of the Twilight Zone.
Oh, shit.
nice.
Yeah. I was like, that's right.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
But the score rises lightly as Betty's eyes dart around in wonder and amazement as she remarks full of joy that she can't believe it. They continue down an escalator together, Betty and Irene smiling at each other as we see a large banner above them reading, "Welcome to Los Angeles." Betty appears so giddy as they reach the bottom and head outside, Betty carrying 2 suitcases with her. As she stands with Irene, Irene acknowledges that it's time to say goodbye, and the 2 women hug each other. As they embrace, Irene tells her that it's been so nice traveling with her. Betty thanks her, admitting that she was so excited and so nervous about making the trip, and that it was so nice to have her to talk to. Irene reminds Betty with encouragement that she'll be watching for her one day on the big screen. Betty appreciates this, remarking, "Won't that be the day?" Irene wishes her luck, and they embrace again as Irene tells Betty to take care of herself and to be careful. Irene's companion, played by Dan Birnbaum, leans into the frame, shaking Betty's hand, telling her that it was so nice to meet her and wishing her luck as well.
So I thought that Irene was like her grandmother.
I'm going to tell you straight up, this kind of is very close to a theory that I have about who this couple represents.
Okay.
But I see how you feel that for sure. Especially just the idea of just simply being on the plane next to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they just seemed so close
Yeah.
and so
Yeah.
like loving. And then she was like, well, it was nice to meet you. I was like, damn. And Betty is such like the quintessential bright-eyed, hopeful Hollywood arrival.
Yes, she's kind of an archetype.
Yeah.
Yeah. What I had thought at this point, just from what we have seen
Yeah.
and how strange stuff has been, this felt very, again, dreamlike, soap opera like, because she's very like, oh my God, you know,
Yeah.
everything seems very performative.
Mm-hmm.
I thought, honestly, I was like, is because of what we seen from the is this a hit or was it a hit at the beginning with the car accident? Was like, is this the new killer? You're here to just kind of like, oh, hey, everybody, look, I'm fine. And then you're going to come and look for the lady who crawled out of the car.
Oh, like she's...
Because everything was just too much. It was like, are you pretending to be somebody you're not? Are you...
That's very
You know what I
interesting.
mean?
And it being right on the heels of all these phone calls.
Right.
I will tell you, the idea of performance, the idea of pretending to be someone you're not, first of all, completely synonymous with Hollywood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I feel like it is so indicative of what I feel about this character and this film.
Okay.
But Betty thanks the couple as they say their goodbyes and waves at them as they walk away. She turns around, looking at the ground where her bags once were, a bit of fear finding her, but dissipating when she realizes that they're being held by a cab driver played by Sean Everett, who loads them into his trunk and asks Betty where he's taking her. She smiles brightly as she tells him that she needs to get to 1612 Havenhurst and takes her seat in the back of the cab. But in the back of a limousine, we see Irene and her companion smiling largely, almost creepily, as they look at each other and gaze through the window in front of them. Irene pats her companion's leg as they continue to grin.
Irene, I trusted you.
Yeah.
This isn't almost creepy. It's fucking creepy.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I knew something was wrong.
Yeah.
I was saying,
So immediately I'm like, they're plants or something.
Yeah.
They're not real.
See,
Like-
again, it's like, what is this?
I just think they're really excited to be in LA.
I don't think so. You know what, T? I don't think so.
To eat people?
Yeah. It's like we can eat everyone we want here. It's a new frontier. And again, I do have a theory about who they are. Not only because this is the second time we've seen them,
Yeah.
but because this isn't the last time we see them.
No,
No.
yeah.
It's very
And
interesting.
we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that when we get there.
They'll return in some form. We'll see. But palm trees line the road, which crossfades into a gliding shot over the Hollywood sign in the light of day, the bright white letters vibrant against the hills. But we then cut to the apartment complex at 1612 Havenhurst, Betty arriving with her bags and surveying the sights before her as she crosses through the gate at the front and through the stone and brick archway to the courtyard. So this was a real apartment complex,
Okay.
the exteriors of it. And I did read, and I thought this would make you happy, Nay, but the same apartment complex was used in The Truth About Cats and Dogs.
Yes, I love that.
But as we get into the interiors are a set.
Okay. I was going to ask because the inside is beautiful.
It is.
Yeah.
But Betty sets down her bags, and upon noticing a sign that directs her to the manager's office, she rushes over to it and rings the bell outside. The door opens, and through the screen door, we see Coco Lenoir, the apartment manager played by Ann Miller. So Ann Miller is another actress from classic films.
Yeah.
Old Hollywood, as they say. I think that she had started acting in the 1930s.
Oh, wow.
That's
And
wild.
Yeah.
I think this was also, just like Jean Bates, her last film role.
Okay.
Wow. Just looking through her IMDb, she was in films with Gene Kelly,
Wow.
Sinatra,
Damn.
Jimmy Stewart. Like,
Okay.
yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
And she has that like classic Hollywood look. Like you
Yeah.
can tell just by looking at her, you were around. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
yeah.
But she's dressed in black, and through the darkness, we see her large pearl necklace, her bespeckled butterfly-shaped earring, and her bright smile as she remarks, $10 says you're Betty. Betty smiles, assuming her to be Mrs. Lenoir, which the apartment manager confirms in all of her living glory, but tells Betty to just call her Coco, as everyone else does.
I put Mrs. Lenoir as a vibe. I'm sorry. Coco is a vibe.
Yeah.
I've been corrected.
Yes.
But Coco tells Betty to wait there while she snags the key to the apartment, and Betty offers an eager, "Okay, Coco." And again, I don't know why, she is so joyful
Yeah.
just to be here. And you feel it in like every single moment that
Yeah.
she's on screen. But the two women walk together in the courtyard, but upon noticing dog poop on the ground, Coco calls out in annoyance to someone named Wilkins, telling him that if that damn dog craps in the courtyard one more time, she's going to bake his little butt for breakfast. That's why.
What a nice lady. But she's kidding. But you know what I
Yes.
mean? It's like, I like you.
Uh-huh.
You kind of like her immediately.
Yeah.
And I mean, her character just continues to be sweet.
Yeah.
There are other characters that kind of take on almost like a darker feeling as the movie progresses, but she's not one of them.
Yeah.
But upon getting no response from Wilkins, Coco asks Betty if she has any pets, to which Betty very quickly replies that she does not. But Coco assures Betty that pets are allowed here. She just doesn't like them here for obvious reasons. I want to point out to something I read in that book about ABC. ABC hated this. They got so pissed off about the fact that David Lynch wanted to show dog poop on screen.
What?
And so the thing was, and you see in the film, it's a very far away shot.
Yeah.
And you see it kind of off in the distance. That's because they had to have an agreement that the dog poop could take up no more than 1/8 of the screen. And David Lynch, he told them, he goes, show me someone in America who hasn't seen dog shit.
Well, I was going to say, there's how many pet owners?
Yeah.
And we're not looking at it, dissecting it, and like,
No.
we're
Yeah.
not.
We can't smell it.
Yeah, it's there for a second. It gets the point across for what we're doing right now.
But yeah, it's just little things like that.
So
Yeah.
stupid.
To get a note and to have a meeting about this.
Yeah.
This is not a match made in heaven.
No.
But Coco shares that there was once a man who lived in these apartments who had a prize-fighting kangaroo. And she says that Betty wouldn't believe what that kangaroo did to this courtyard.
He turned it into a gym. I know he did. And he became security for the complex.
They're buff as hell,
They're
dude.
so
Yeah.
fucking strong. They will whoop your ass.
Not to bring up Talk to Me again, but...
Oh, yeah, no.
But Betty smiles nervously as Coco drops the subject, inviting Betty to see the apartment, which we learn belongs to Ruth, Betty's aunt.
This whole time, and I don't know if this is something like that didn't really need to be stressed out. Obviously, in the grand scheme of things, it did not need to be stressed out about, but I'm worried about her bags this entire time.
Yeah.
Because she set them down and then she met with Coco and then I was like, dude,
Yeah.
because she almost lost them at the airport.
Yeah, I kind of was afraid they were setting up something.
Yes.
But they enter the apartment together, and as the camera pans across the sofa, the large bookshelves, houseplants, well-lit framed paintings, cleanliness, and vibrancy, Betty cannot believe her eyes.
This is nice.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. And I was watching an interview with Jack Fisk, and he was talking about designing this place. He said he wanted to give it the style of classic Hollywood, but he said if you look closely, they lined the bookshelf with books that would be books read by an actress who has lived here for decades.
Okay.
I love that.
Yeah.
And the wild thing about it is whenever the show was canceled, they tore apart all of these sets and stored them. And thankfully they stored them
Yeah.
because they return and they kind of refurbish them a little bit and they reuse them again for the reshoots.
Hell yeah.
It's amazing. But Coco assumes that Betty and Aunt Ruth have an understanding, so she gives Betty the apartment key and says that if she needs anything at all, to just give her a holler. Clue number 5.
Yes. My finger was in the air.
I will say there are more keys in the film,
Yeah.
so it's probably not this one. But
I don't think it is this one, but
it's interesting.
it fits. It fits.
Yes.
Yeah.
But she also assures Betty that pretty much everyone in this building is okay with her. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. She even offers to introduce Betty around to everyone. And when Betty doesn't answer right away to this offer, Coco says that there's no hard feelings if she's not into that idea.
She's so nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that plays into something that we see later in the film.
Okay.
And we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But after Coco leaves, Betty walks around her new apartment, her eyes filled to the brim with amazement as she makes her way into the kitchen. Her eyes glide past the dining room table, on top of which rests a yellow bowl with red bell peppers, and underneath, we know, recently rested something else. But Betty continues down the hallway, a smile never leaving her face as she enters the bedroom. The sunlight peers through the window past the drapes and curtains, and on the bed rests a robe along with an envelope. Clue number 6. Notice the robe.
Mm-hmm.
Not to do this again, but there are also multiple.
Yes.
There are. Yes.
Yeah.
But before Betty can pay any attention to that, she notices something on the floor in a heap. A black dress, a purse, and a pair of high-heeled shoes. Betty eyes them, mildly confused, but just continues back into the hallway, opening one of the doors and entering a large bathroom. She smiles at her reflection in a mirror in front of the sink, but the sound of dripping water catches her attention. Through the opaque glass of a nearby shower, we see the frame of a figure, and as Betty rips the door open part way, she finds the woman from the crash on Mulholland Drive standing naked in the corner of the shower. Upon seeing her, Betty apologizes profusely, closing the door and telling the woman that her Aunt Ruth didn't tell her that someone else would be staying here too. In a calm voice, the woman tells her that it's okay, and Betty introduces herself. The woman just answers, "There was an accident. I came here." Betty tells her that she understands and that she saw her dress on the floor in the other room, and she asks if the woman's all right and what happened. In a very tight shot of the woman's face, her eyes find what she can remember. A car. It was a car accident. Betty asks again if the woman is okay, and she replies that she thinks so, and that she was just taking a shower. Betty apologizes again and leaves the woman to it, telling her that she's going to get unpacked in the other room. But before she leaves the bathroom, she asks the woman her name. We see her, shocked by this question, and glancing around her memory, but she's unable to find the answer. After a moment of silence, Betty just says that they'll talk later and excuses herself.
I'm cold. Please let me shower. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I mean,
a
dry
towel
up.
or the water or
come
something.
So
on.
where are you from?
You gotta go.
Right, I know I shouldn't be here, but I am naked. It's like, let me get dressed and then I'll go.
But Betty returns to her bedroom, unpacking her things and putting them in the drawers of a nearby dresser.
She's literally smiling as she's unpacking.
Yeah.
And just nothing can get Betty down today. And I love that for her. But there's something clearly wrong with that woman in there.
Yeah.
She's like, "Da-da-da-da."
We'll find out later. But we get a shot of a framed poster of the 1946 noir film Gilda. On it, Rita Hayworth stands in a shimmering gown. The woman from the crash gazes at this poster, the camera zooming in on a blurry reflection of it. As she exits the bathroom in a towel, drying her hair, she enters Betty's bedroom and introduces herself as Rita.
I'm Rita Hayworth in the Shawshank Redemption. Nice to meet you.
Betty's like, wait a minute. Betty offers a warm hello and asks if Rita works with her Aunt Ruth. And when Rita starts to mutter an answer, Betty rescinds the question, apologizing that it's none of her business. She's incredibly polite as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Rita smiles, telling Betty that her aunt has pretty red hair. Betty shares that Ruth is letting her stay here while she's working on a movie that's being made in Canada, but she assumes that Rita already knows this. Betty admits that she could never afford a place like this, not in a million years, adding unless, of course, she's discovered and becomes a movie star. Betty qualifies this sentiment, sharing that she'd much rather be known as a great actress than a movie star, but she says that sometimes people end up being both. People fitting two roles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Interesting. But Betty, continuing to fill the drawer with her clothes, says that that's sort of why she came here. But after explaining her hopes and intentions, Betty apologizes once again, telling Rita that she's just so excited to be here. She says that she just came here from Deep River, Ontario, and now she's in this. And almost overcome with emotion, she finishes her thought. Dream place. Interesting.
My jaw just dropped. That's why I couldn't provide any
I'm
commentary.
telling you, man. But she says that Rita can imagine how she feels. But Rita suddenly becomes lightheaded, stepping back to rest against the bedroom wall as she holds the back of her head. Betty offers for her to sit down and guides her over to sit next to her on the bed. Betty asks where she was hurt, and when Rita combs the hair out of her face, she reveals a smear of blood at her hairline. Not great at showering, but, you know.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
But Betty responds concerned, urging Rita to go to the doctor because it could be serious. But Rita refuses to do so, telling Betty that she just needs to sleep. Betty rightfully suggests that Rita shouldn't sleep if she has a concussion.
She's like, I just need to sleep this head injury.
You can't keep doing this.
Excuse me. But Rita says it'll be all right if she sleeps. She just needs to lie down and sleep. She lowers herself to the pillows on Betty's bed, closing her eyes and bringing her legs up onto the bed to rest comfortably. Betty feels Rita's forehead for a temperature and then drapes the robe left for her over Rita's body to keep her warm as she rests.
This was going to be my bed, but okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I'll sleep on the couch.
Yeah.
Betty then notices the note pinned to the robe, which reads, "Enjoy yourself, Bitsy. Love, Aunt Rita." Betty unpins the note and takes it with her. I will say at this moment, and we do cut back later, and it is completely rectified, but I'm like, you better be calling Aunt Rita.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Right now.
Yeah. Because she's just like, oh, well, I guess you're
Yeah.
her friend.
Roomy!
Who's clearly lying about her name.
Oh, yeah.
But to the sound of foreboding music, we see wide overhead shots gliding over the tall buildings and streets of the city of Los Angeles. But stepping out of a limousine are the Castiglione brothers, Luigi, played by Angelo Badalamenti, the film's composer,
All right.
and Vincenzo, played by Dan Hedaya.
Now, Dan Hedaya, I remember.
Okay.
And I do know him. He was in Commando with Arnold Schwarzenegger in 85.
Really?
He was in Clueless.
Yes.
He was in Shaft in 2000. And then he was also at Night at the Roxbury.
He's
He was
their
their
dad.
dad.
That's dude.
I remember.
But they pass a valet attendant played by Daniel Ray as they march forward on a mission towards the golden doors of the entrance of the bank's Huntley building, which houses Ryan Entertainment. Inside the building, in one of the conference rooms, Adam Kesher, a young director played by Justin Theroux, sits next to Robert Smith, his manager played by David Schroeder. Not Robert Smith,
Yeah.
Yeah, I but that's not Robert Smith.
but Justin Theroux.
Yes.
I know him from a lot of things. I loved him in The Leftovers.
Okay.
I know you probably have a film that you've seen him in that you know.
Right. He's in Zoolander.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, for me, he was on 2 different episodes of Sex and the City, playing 2 different people.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Like he had longer hair in one and shorter hair in. I remember I looked it up one time because I was like, are we just supposed to pretend that wasn't Justin Theroux like a couple seasons ago?
It wasn't.
Yeah. But yeah, they said that it was like a revolving door of male actors to come and play like love interests and stuff. And that somebody told him, just cut your hair and it'll be fine. And he did.
Apparently.
All right.
I guess it was.
But a golf club rests in front of them on the table, which will become very important later.
Mm-hmm.
But Robert explains to Adam that there are some suggestions that will be brought to him, and he reminds Adam that he said he would entertain such suggestions, which is all anybody here is asking of him. Adam doesn't understand, but Robert puts it simply, an open mind. He spells out the situation. Adam is in the process of recasting his lead actress, and Robert is... But he looks over to the other side of the table to find Ray Hott, played by Robert Cadams, and Mr. Darby, played by Marcus Graham, sitting there. Robert then amends his I to we, telling Adam that they're all just asking him to keep an open mind.
So a TV or film meeting, huh?
Indeed.
I wonder if any of this, well, I mean, I don't know what was in the pilot, but I wonder if any of this was inspired by his
I mean,
Yeah.
experience over there. I mean, who
I
knows?
wouldn't be surprised.
Also, I do want to point out it is interesting that open mind is mentioned more than once.
Yeah. And I will say Lynch had difficulties with ABC dating back to Twin Peaks.
So maybe it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you feel bad for this director.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I will say it's very interesting how difficult his time is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
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 But Adam leans back in his chair, understanding. Suddenly, Espresso Man, played by Tom Morris, enters the room, handing a note to Mr. Darby and whispering into his ear. Darby asks what it was last time, and the Espresso Man points to an item on the card, so Darby just suggests that they try the next one. Ray just smirks that a vague he is not going to like it. But after the Espresso Man leaves, the Castiglione brothers enter the room, and Ray and Darby rise to their feet, Ray offering to introduce them, but they just take their seat at the table without shaking anyone's hand. But Ray just then introduces the Castiglione brothers to Adam and his manager. Luigi just stares at them as Vincenzo opens his suitcase, sliding a gray folder over to Mr. Darby and Ray. Adam and Robert look on as Darby reveals the contents of the folder. a headshot of a blonde actress smiling, wearing a black dress in pearls. This is Camilla Rhodes, played by Melissa George.
I was surprised to see her.
Yeah.
We talked about her in 30 Days of Night.
Yeah.
But Adam looks her over as Ray and Darby look at the photograph themselves, remarking that Camilla is very pretty. But Darby asks if he can offer the Castigliani brothers anything to drink. Luigi asks for espresso, and Vincenzo just scratches the side of his head, bluntly replying, nothing. Their presence is frightening.
Yeah.
I was like, this room is not a vibe.
Yeah. They're saying very little.
Yeah.
But their body language is saying a lot.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I will say that Luigi Castigliani being played by Angelo Badalamenti,
Yeah.
the entire point of this character is based on a story that Badalamenti told David Lynch
Okay.
about going to some rich person's house, I think in New York, and this is exactly how he was acting.
Yeah.
And him just telling David Lynch this story and acting out this story, David Lynch is like, you could play it. And it's just like, okay. And I think, of course, this is his only film role. But Adam asks what the photograph of Camilla Rhodes is for, but Darby is too busy ordering Luigi's espresso on the office telephone to answer him. After getting off the phone, Darby assures Luigi that he's going to enjoy the espresso this time, revealing that he's done quite a bit of research, knowing how hard Luigi is to please. I will say I don't know what research happened off screen, but when the espresso man came in, he was just like, the next one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe it was a carefully curated list.
I hope. But he says that this espresso comes highly recommended. Adam changes his tactic and pronunciation, asking, what's the photo for? This made me laugh out loud.
Well, it's like, God damn, dude.
Like, obviously something is wrong. Adam has no idea. He's the only one in the room that doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah.
And you're talking about fucking espresso.
Yeah.
Like, please.
But Ray just answers that it's a recommendation. And we cut to Mr. Roke's large room, where he sits in his wheelchair at the center, still flanked by his servant, and listening in on his earpiece as Ray continues that the photo is a recommendation to Adam. But Vincenzo counters that this is not a recommendation, Luigi adding, this is the girl. Remember that line.
Mm-hmm.
Adam, still confused somehow. You know what you're doing here.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
He asks, what girl? For what? And he pleads with Ray to know what's going on.
I think that what they're imposing is so far out of his realm of things that could happen that he's like, what? Like,
Yeah.
certainly you're not telling me that you've made this decision for me.
Yeah.
And I will say in a lot of interviews, David Lynch stressed the importance as a director of getting final cut.
Yeah.
And so I think, again, this honestly, we already saw Dan's nightmare with the man behind Winkies.
Yeah.
I think this is David Lynch's nightmare that we're watching.
Yeah.
But Ray gently offers to the Castigliani brothers that they'd be happy to put this actress on the list of considerations, as there's quite a bit of interest in the role. But Adam bristles at the word interest, sharing with the Castigliani brothers that 6 of the top actresses in the industry want this part. But Luigi just repeats, this is the girl. Annoyed, Adam urges Ray to take care of the situation, and Robert calms Adam, telling him to just hold on for a moment. But Adam grows more frustrated, telling his manager and then the Castigliani brothers that there is no way. Vincenzo stares unblinking at them, but the meeting is interrupted by the opening of the conference room door, the espresso man arriving with Luigi's order. He sets a small cup of espresso on a saucer in front of Luigi. Before he can leave, Luigi requests a napkin, which the espresso man exits to retrieve. He sets it down, neatly folded in front of him. The espresso man asks if that's all he needs, and Luigi's silence is enough of an answer. As he makes his exit, Vincenzo stares a hole through Adam, and Adam returns this fury with a glare of his own. But he breaks from it as Luigi rests the napkin into his hand, setting the cup of espresso on top of it. He raises his pinky finger, and Adam looks over at Ray and Darby, who sit silently with nerves and anticipation at Luigi's every move. Luigi slowly brings the cup to his lips to take a sip, and after this greatly researched and highly recommended espresso is tasted, Luigi's face sours. He opens his mouth, letting the liquid leak from his lips onto the napkin instead of swallowing a drop of it.
Do you guys think he liked it or no?
I mean, it's a wine tasting.
Yeah. $10 says he didn't.
I was like, what are you, a fucking 2-year-old?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Just opens his mouth.
Yeah. Darby appears defeated and distraught as Luigi shares his verdict. It's shit. Ray and Darby apologize feverishly, touting everything they heard and promised about the espresso.
One of them is literally shaking.
Yeah.
He's deeply affected by this.
Luigi rises to his feet in disgust, Adam confusedly wondering what's going on here and shouting that there is no way that actress in the photo is going to be the lead of his film. Vincenzo loudly blows his nose into a handkerchief as Adam reaches his feet in defiance. Vincenzo stands up too, clenching his fists, screaming in an attempt to gain control of the room, but Adam just repeats that girl is not going to be in his film. Vincenzo taps the table and calmly replies, "It's no longer your film."
Oh, so this is an True Hollywood story now.
I mean, yeah. Adam stares at the brother in disbelief, Luigi reiterating what he's said all along. This is the girl. Shattered, Adam can't even believe what he's hearing. Ray then stands, offering Adam a sympathetic look, but a look that also signifies that this is the end of the discussion. Frustrated, Adam grabs the golf club from the table and exits the room, slamming the door behind him, and we see Mr. Roque still in his office, listening in. I will say the addition of the espresso business, it is so David Lynch. It's so David Lynch. That's all I can say. It's very odd. It's very strange, but it also kind of, to me, signifies the weird shit that producers care about more than the creation of art and the vision of a director.
Okay.
For sure, because that commandeered the entire meeting.
Yeah. Like they were like, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Do you like
it?
But Adam walks outside onto the street, eyeing the limousine in the parking lot that brought the Castigliani brothers to the meeting. The valet attendant brings Adam's car around front, a gray Porsche, and he parks it in front of him on the curb. Adam confirms with the attendant that the limousine belongs to the brothers, and he heads over to it with his golf club in hand. He attempts to confirm once again with the driver of the limo, played by Mo Galini, who sits in the front seat, but the driver just tells him to beat it. Adam takes this literally, and he swings his golf club into the windshield, shattering it, before taking a few shots at the hood and busting one of the headlights.
Good for him.
As the driver steps out of the car, Adam makes a mad dash for his car, securing his golf club behind the driver's seat before jumping inside and speeding away.
That was fucking hilarious. Watching him flee and then jump in the car and take out. That was so funny.
Well, he told him, he's like, leave the door open.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
But we briefly return to the apartment and we see Betty cautiously walk into the room to check on Rita, who is still resting in bed. But we cut to Ray, back at the offices of Ryan Entertainment, entering a small room just outside of Mr. Roque's room. Ray steps forward, his reflection cast into the glass window which houses an intercom. The room appears dark, but a light slowly fades in, and we see Roque and his servant still in their same positions from earlier.
Mr. Roque and his servant are always sitting on ready.
Yeah.
They don't relax. They don't chit-chat.
Yeah.
They're just up and like in position.
Yeah, well.
They're putting in the hours. We got
They definitely are. I need a TV. I need you gotta give me a book. I need something in here.
It's all business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got a headset? I mean, I don't know if that...
Yeah.
Let's listen to podcasts.
But Ray greets Roque with a good afternoon, sharing that the actress's name is Camila Rhodes and that the director doesn't want her in the film. Roque, who listens through his headset, is asked if he wants Adam to be replaced. As Ray stutters, Roque just interrupts, saying, "Then?" Ray continues, "Then that means we should..." Roque asks, "Yes?" And Ray finishes, "Shut everything down." He asks, confused, if that's what Mr. Roque wants them to do, And when Roque doesn't respond, Ray confirms the order. They'll shut everything down. He leaves, closing the door behind him, and the light in Mr. Roque's office slowly dims to darkness. And I will say, I feel like this is a bit of a setup for clue number 8. Did talent alone help Camila?
Right.
Yeah.
But at an old office building in the city, Joe, played by Mark Pellegrino, leans casually in a leather jacket against a set of filing cabinets, sharing a laugh with Ed, played by Vincent Castellanos, who sits behind a desk, unable to contain his laughter.
Mark Pellegrino has been in so many fucking like iconic TV shows, movies. But I think as a kid, the first thing I ever saw him in was Drowning Mona.
He was.
He is. And so every time I see him, I think of Drowning Mona is like a hidden gem. I feel like nobody talks about that movie.
I agree. The cast is amazing.
Yes. But every time I see him, I'm like, man, remember Drowning Mona?
I just thought of Rita's ex on Dexter.
Yes. Yeah.
He was such an asshole in that.
Yeah.
Jesus. And for the record, the other actor who plays Ed might be Vincent Castellanos.
Okay.
Well, I know Vincent. I remember him. He played in Anaconda.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was like, I know that guy. And then when after the movie I finished and I went to do some research, I was like, that is that same dude. But I had not seen him in anything else. And I don't know why, because he's like, I immediately recognized him. And I was like, I feel like I would remember him.
Something that did stand out to me, because I know that things are about to move pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Something that stood out to me was the fact that Joe has heterochromia.
Interesting.
One brown eye, one blue eye.
Yeah.
That's the first thing I noticed kind of when the scene started. And I can't really comment on that further, but I am not sure what that means, especially in regards to something that we see later.
Yeah.
Fair enough. But Joe jokes, an accident like that, who could have foreseen that? As Ed continues to howl with laughter. Ed just calls it unbelievable, collecting himself and chewing a toothpick. He changes the subject, telling Joe that he looks good, and he asks what he's been up to lately. Joe vaguely answers that he's just been doing some stuff for this guy.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
Very helpful.
You don't want to talk about it. Clearly, that's fine.
Ed asks if he's making ends meet, and Joe admits that he is, barely. Ed understands, inviting Joe to take a look around his cluttered office, commiserating that times are hard. And they are.
They are indeed.
But Joe tries to make Ed feel better about his circumstances, but then he suddenly says that he hopes that Ed isn't going to try to get into any trouble. Ed brushes this off, saying that that was just a thing, and then asks about the story he told, asking him if it made him laugh. Joe agrees that it was a funny story, and Ed just repeats, "Fucking car accident," laughing all over again and shrugging his shoulders. So again, we're immediately connecting this.
Yes.
I mean, what else can you do?
Nothing.
But Joe walks over, admiring something on Ed's desk in disbelief. He asks, "So that's it, huh? That's Ed's famous black book." Ed calls it the history of the world in phone numbers. But just as Ed looks away, Joe removes a pistol from the back of his jeans, equipped with a suppressor. He aims it quickly and confidently at Ed's head and shoots him dead.
And
Huh?
Yeah.
something about this, and I mean, no, I know that
If you're going to say what I think...
I don't want to offend anyone. It reminds me of Tarantino.
Absolutely.
A lot. This part does a lot to me.
Especially the turn that it takes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It feels like a non sequitur that could have been in Pulp Fiction.
Yes. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
And again, David Lynch, I know he has his own style.
Yes.
I know Tarantino, I think that they're both brilliant filmmakers.
Mm-hmm.
Something about this was very much giving that to me.
This was very, this little bit was very funny.
Uh-huh.
What was going on? I was
it's
like,
hilarious.
Why?
And I will say, there's something very timeless about Mulholland Drive, the film.
Mm-hmm.
This feels of the 90s in a weird way.
Definitely.
But there's so much of it that you're watching it, and even rewatching it for the show, I'm like, this could have been released like last year.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Like, it's so wild. But Ed slumps over onto his desk, and Joe snaps into action, placing the pistol into Ed's hand and cleaning it feverishly with a cloth. When his cloth gets too close to the trigger of the pistol, it fires another shot accidentally, right through the wall of Ed's office, and we hear a woman, played by Diane Nelson, yelp in pain as she catches it in the butt. Joe just offers a dumbfounded,
Yeah, dude, come on.
You're terrible at this.
But the woman groans loudly in pain, and as her cries continue, Joe crumbles with a, "Aw, man," as he heads out into the hall. He pushes the door open to the woman's office and finds her standing behind her desk, greatly irritated by a pain in her backside. She tells Joe that something bit her bad.
It's cartoonish.
It is.
Yeah.
Without any answer or comment or any words at all, really, Joe just joins the woman behind her desk, grabbing her from behind and attempting to put her to sleep. He walks over to the front of the office, but they step into a mess of cables that sounds and seemingly snaps like a bear trap for some reason. And the two clatter to the floor. A fight ensues with cartoonish punching noises as Joe wrestles the woman to the floor, then back onto her feet and down the hallway against her cries and resistance. As they reach the open door to Ed's office at the end of the hall, Joe looks up to see Vacuum Man, played by Charles Crofwell, standing at the other end of the hall with his cleaning equipment. Joe forms a lie as fast as he can, telling the man that the woman is hurt really bad, and he asks him if he'll help him and call the police on the phone in the office. The Vacuum Man is very hesitant, but he eventually walks towards the office door just as Joe drags the woman inside, incapacitating her and throwing her to the floor.
Get the fuck out of there, dude. I was like, do not walk down that hall.
That was hilarious.
He rushes for the gun in Ed's hand, and as the woman tries to reach her feet, Joe shoots her twice in the back. As soon as the Vacuum Man walks in, pushing his vacuum in front of him, Joe just calls out, "Hey, man." And he aims the gun over his arm, shooting the Vacuum Man in the chest. As he stumbles back wounded, he accidentally switches on the vacuum, which whirs loudly. Joe rushes to drag the man's body back into the room, tossing his body into a heap on top of the woman's. For some reason, instead of just shutting it off, Joe decides to shoot the vacuum cleaner.
Yeah.
In a burst of sparks, the vacuum seemingly causes a short in the electricity in the building, which sets off an alarm, which rings very loudly throughout the building. Joe crumbles again with, "Oh, man," before grabbing Ed's famous black book off of his desk, giving the items on the desk a quick wipe down before escaping out the window and down an adjacent fire escape. What the fuck?
Botch-toe.
Yeah.
Just a comedy of errors.
Did he go to the same spy school that Mark went to in Possession? What the fuck was that?
We're not trained well.
No. What?
It just simply could not have gone worse.
No. And I part of me feels like this is indicative of some kind of wishful thinking on behalf of something that we'll explain later.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But back at the apartment, Betty rests on the couch, talking on the phone with Aunt Ruth. Betty assures her aunt that she plans to study her lines until she knows them inside out. She even jokes that she plans to do this either on the fabulous leather couch she's resting on, or she'll take her lines into the courtyard with a coffee like a regular movie star. She's delightful.
Yes.
But she then shares that she had a real shock to find Aunt Ruth's friend Rita here. She says she was in the shower and she accidentally opened the door on her. After a clear moment of confusion on the other end, Betty repeats, "Rita?" The confusion continues, and Betty attempts to clarify over and over again. She was in an accident. Rita? Your friend.
Ruth is like, bitch, who is Rita? You're like,
Rita.
I told you like 10 times already, dude.
How many times do I have to say Rita? Bad connection? But Betty sits up and the camera closes in on her face, full of concern. I will say that half of her face is shrouded in shadow. That was kind of interesting.
Yeah.
But when asked, Betty shares that the door was locked and Coco was the one who let Betty inside. And then she says that there has to be a reasonable explanation and that she doesn't think that they need to call the police, and she tells her aunt not to worry. But the camera glides down the hall, past a well-lit painting, and to the door of the bedroom that Rita was resting in. The score grows ominous as the door opens in a POV shot to find Rita sitting up in bed, wearing the robe that was draped over her and clutching her head with tears streaming down her face. I love this shot traveling to the bedroom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was very interesting to watch you kind of float again, this kind of a dreamlike feeling. And then it's this perfect bridge right into the next scene. Because Betty enters and she remarks to Rita, noticeably colder than she was before, "You're awake." Rita just looks up at her tearful, and Betty immediately softens, explaining that she must have misunderstood earlier. She thought that Rita knew her Aunt Ruth, but she just got off the phone with her aunt, and she wants Betty to call the police.
This is when I'm like, Betty is a very kind-hearted and maybe a little naive person. Because I'd be like, hello, 911, there's somebody in my aunt's house. I'm sitting here. I'm going to be a big star in Hollywood. I mean, I would be like panicked. And she's like, okay, you're awake. What's going on?
Yeah.
Because like, I mean, it's wow.
Well, you can only be told so many times, that's a stranger, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, this isn't like Goldilocks, dude.
Yeah.
But Rita just crumbles into tears, apologizing. Betty kneels in front of Rita, asking her sincerely what's going on. And Rita reveals that she thought when she woke up that sleep would do it, but she doesn't know who she is. Betty sits confused, reminding her that her name is Rita. But Rita says that it isn't, and she doesn't know her name. Upon hearing this, Betty retrieves Rita's purse from the floor and hands it to her, certain that the answers must be inside somewhere. Rita appears incredibly hesitant, and Betty tells her that if she wants to know who she is, she needs to open her purse. After a moment, tight shots of Rita's tear-drenched face, Betty's eager eyes, and the slow unzipping of the purse, the contents inside are revealed. The purse is filled to the brim, completely lined with $100 bills. Rita appears as confused as Betty does as she removes stack after stack of cash. Only after removing the money does Rita find something else at the bottom, a blue key. The key appears very interestingly designed. The body of it is quite thick, forming a triangular prism, while the top of the key is circular, the bottom half in the shape of a crescent moon with a triangle carved out of the center. Clue number 5. Key.
And it's cool as shit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a special key.
Yes.
Yes.
This isn't a standard.
Not at all.
But the two women look at each other in disbelief and confusion.
Now, memory loss. This is a soap opera. I know I've watched a lot of Passions. This is, I knew, and then with the dreamy look of the camera and everything, I was like, I know what this is.
Or it's later Nip Tuck, which is...
Oh.
Or Desperate Housewives.
All right.
But sometime later, in the light of day, Joe is seen exiting Pink's Hot Dogs restaurant with Lainey, played by Rena Raffel, and Billy, played by Michael DeBar. So just very quickly about Pink's. It is a Hollywood landmark, this hot dog restaurant.
Yeah.
And I've read that it's been around since 1939.
Damn.
And I got curious and looked at their menu, and in their specials, most of them are named after celebrities, but one of them is called the Mulholland Drive dog.
Oh, nice.
That's cool. Do you remember what was on it?
Hot dog.
All right.
Yeah. I was really just staggered by the name.
Fair enough. I'll still order it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. But Joe and Billy are enjoying their hot dogs as they walk together, Joe asking Lainey if she wanted anything from the restaurant. But Lainey replies that she doesn't want anything from there, answering him in a combination of ditziness and timidity. She does, however, ask for a cigarette, which Joe tells her are in his shirt pocket, urging her to reach for them herself. This is very interesting.
Yeah.
Remember Joe's shirt pocket.
Okay.
But as she does reach into his pocket, we see a large bruise on her upper arm, almost in the shape of a hand. After she snags the cigarette, Billy lights it for her, and the line of questioning begins, Joe asking her if she's seen any new girls on the street lately. Lainey smokes away, telling him not really, but Joe then asks specifically about a brunette, perhaps a little beat up. But Lainey doesn't know what he's talking about. As they head toward the back of a van, Joe asks Lainey to keep an eye out for him, which Lainey seems very eager to do. He opens the back door for her, and as he spanks her on the butt, he tells her, "You bet you will."
It is interesting that you mentioned the pocket. I took something away from this scene that I can't talk about yet.
Yeah.
All right.
But it has nothing to do with that. So that's interesting.
Yeah, I didn't catch that either.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued. But back at Ruth's apartment, Betty sits with Rita on the leather couch in the living room. Betty asks her about the money, but Rita, with her hands covering her face, says that she has no idea where it came from. Betty probes, inquiring if thinking of the key or the money makes Rita think of anything else in particular. And after a moment, Rita says that there's something there. But we cut to Adam speeding down the road in his car, answering a phone call in disbelief. Cynthia, the woman on the other end of the phone, played by Catherine Town, repeats what she told him before we arrived on the scene. They fired everyone. Adam seeks clarification, learning that it was Ray who did the firing and then closed the set afterwards. Cynthia tells him that everyone's gone and that Adam better get down there, talk to Ray, and fix this. Adam refuses, however, telling her that he's going home. Cynthia pleads with him, begs for him to do something, to just come down to the office, but Adam is unmoved, just repeating that he's going home. In a low-angle shot, the palm trees on the side of the road passed us by, and we transition back to the apartment where Betty rests on a pillow on the couch with her hands behind her head. She ponders where Rita could have been going, and something finally clicks for Rita, and she reveals her destination in a whisper. Mulholland Drive.
Roll credits.
Yeah.
That's where she was going. Mulholland Drive.
Roll credits.
All right. Betty says that must be where the accident happened, and considering that there must be a police report, she suggests they call anonymously from a payphone to get more information about it. Rita is incredibly hesitant, but Betty tells her that it'll be just like in the movies. They'll pretend to be someone else. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I just told you my head is hurting from the car accident. I don't want to stretch my legs right now. Like, I don't want to get out. And like, I know you want to do this investigating, but
It did make me laugh that one of these women is withdrawn and haunted and can't remember her own name and was just in an accident, and the other one's like, this is going to be so much fun.
Opposites attract. And I will say, I mean, look, there's a mystery afoot, right?
Yeah.
Somebody's got to solve it. Get up. But Betty shares that she wants to walk around anyway, considering that she's in Hollywood and she hasn't even seen any of it yet. Rita is still incredibly reluctant, but she eventually agrees, taking Betty by the hand and telling her that it's just to see. And Betty finishes, just to see if there was an accident on Mulholland Drive.
Roll credits. It is interesting, like we were just saying, the difference between these two people.
Mm-hmm.
I read in that interview with Laura Herring that she said David Lynch's direction was to walk around like she has a big, dark cloud hanging over her head. That it's very dark and it's very creepy and very scary. And it's following her wherever she goes. And I think that she does a really great job of conveying that.
Yeah.
But she said that it would be so like emotionally exhausting that a lot of them would hang out and stuff after. And some days she just couldn't. She was so worn down by it that she would just have to go home.
Well, you see the scene where Betty comes in and checks on her and she just crumbles into tears.
Yeah.
It's heavy. It feels heavy. But Adam pulls up and parks in front of his Hollywood mansion, snagging his golf club as he heads towards the front door. But on his way up to it, he spots a dingy white truck parked outside of his house, a door decal that reads Gene Clean in bold block letters. Adam stops for a moment, confused, but he heads inside anyway. The large glass windows that surround his home give him an incredible view of his backyard swimming pool and the city of Hollywood off in the distance through a haze of smog. This was a real mansion that they used for the film.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
Yeah, and I think David Lynch just asked for a minimalistic design inside.
Yeah.
But it's a real mansion.
That's badass.
Yeah.
But low jazz music plays in the background, an organ, piano, and drums. Adam calls out to his wife to see if she's home, and upon receiving no reply, he heads towards his bedroom.
I'm already like, this is going to be the worst day of this fucking dude's life.
Yeah.
He can't take anymore.
The door is closed, and from behind it, Adam can hear the rustling of movement. He opens the door and walks right in without hesitation, finding Lorraine, his wife, played by Lori Huring, naked in bed with Jean, played by Billy Ray Cyrus.
I had to stop the movie.
It's a problem.
It's I don't mean this like in a bad way. Like, it was very disturbing because I was like, what? Out of all people.
Yeah.
It was very jarring, but I really just wanted Adam to kick his achy breaky ass.
I did see, or I read in an interview rather.
Okay.
David Lynch had heard one of his songs on the radio, and the way that David Lynch casts, he literally heard his voice and he goes, "That's Gene." He just knew it. And so that was it.
Oh, all right.
But yeah, interesting choice.
Yeah.
Very.
But Lorraine is incredibly annoyed, telling Adam that now he's done it.
Yeah.
How are you
dare
mad?
you?
Yeah. Like, you're trash. Come on.
Adam looks over at Gene, who tells him to just forget that he ever saw it. He says that it's better that way. I feel like Gene, these words,
Yeah.
maybe not for Adam.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But Adam stares at them in shock as a furious Lorraine asks him what the hell he's even doing here. You got a lot of nerve.
Yeah.
That is my next note. This woman has so much nerve.
Adam ignores this question and walks right over to the dresser past the foot of the bed. He snags a small wooden box from it and exits the bedroom. And after he leaves, Lorraine realizes what he's taken, shouting after him, "That's my jewelry." But Adam walks through the kitchen and into the garage, finding a can of pink paint. Back in the bedroom, Lorraine is getting dressed, calling out to Adam and calling him a bastard. Jean reclines calmly in bed, the voice of reason, telling her, "He's probably upset, Lorraine."
Yeah, no shit. Yeah.
You think?
Yeah.
But Lorraine chases after him, fully dressed, watching as Adam kneels on the floor in front of her opened jewelry box, dumping the bright pink paint all over the contents inside. She rushes over to him, hitting him and begging him to stop. Adam, instead, picks up Lorraine and sets her on the kitchen counter and begins to lightly thrash her against the wall. This is when Jean enters the chat, grabbing Adam by the shoulder and punching him in the face. As Adam collects himself on the floor, Jean calmly tells him, "That ain't no way to treat your wife, buddy. I don't care what she's done." He's right.
He is right. But you shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
But also, fuck
I
you.
don't want to hear this from you.
The smooth jazz continuing in the background, Lorraine orders Jean to throw Adam out, and he does. Grabbing hold of him, Jean drags Adam to the front door, throwing him out of the house and onto the pavement outside. Adam stands up, walking back to his car dejected, his hands and his all-black outfit coated in pink paint. After he drives away, Lorraine and Jean head back inside. I did want to say, as I said, the minimalistic design that Lynch asked for, outside of that, everything else was kept as is inside the house.
Yeah.
And the owners were very terrified of all of this pink paint.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
And so what happened was they coated the entire kitchen in a very thin layer of vinyl that didn't appear visible on film.
Huh.
And then you just peel it up?
Yep.
That's
Yeah.
brilliant.
Yeah.
Where can I get that for my house?
Yeah. No.
Just put a coat on every day.
Oh, yeah.
One thing I will say, and I kind of mentioned it a little bit earlier before, where we were talking about Adam just having like the shittiest day of his life,
Yeah.
and it kind of maybe being a little intentional.
Yeah.
I also want to highlight these themes of betrayal, infidelity.
Infidelity, yeah.
So it's just, again, interesting because a lot of times this scene is very specific.
Yeah.
The things that happen. And there are a few lines that explain why it's so specific that come later, but at the same time, the reason for its inclusion become pretty clear later.
Yeah.
But back at the apartment, Rita is fully dressed in cream-colored pants and a white button-up shirt, probably from Betty's suitcase, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the two women stand in front of an open closet, Betty retrieving an old box from inside. She sets it on the bed, opening it up, and after removing one of Aunt Ruth's hats from inside, she suggests that they hide Rita's purse and the cash of unknown origin inside of it. After Rita places them inside, Betty returns the hat to the box and shuts it, placing the box back at the top of the closet once again.
Well, we can take out like a little for just like lunch and shopping.
Yeah.
It's a per diem.
Yeah, and then we'll go get matching tattoos of that weird key. But we'll put the rest in the
You don't even know where it's from.
Why are you so attached to it?
Do you know where it's from? But Betty closes the closet doors, and after she does, she holds out her hand for Rita to shake it, which she does. This, to me, is just so indicative of who Betty is as a person.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm not going to steal this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to figure this out together.
Mm-hmm.
But we cut to a tight shot of a window bearing a sign that urges guests to use the entrance at the front door, and an arrow pointing in that direction. We have returned to Winky's Diner. The camera pans to the next window to find Betty and Rita's reflection walking closer to the diner, but only to use the phone booth outside. Betty enters a few coins and dials the Hollywood Police Department. After inquiring about an accident that happened on Mulholland Drive, Betty is transferred to traffic. A Sergeant Baxter, uncredited, takes the call and Betty begins to repeat her inquiry, but she winks at Rita before immediately changing her tactics. Betty tells the sergeant that she heard a sound last night that sort of sounded like a car crash, and she wants to know if there was an accident on Mulholland Drive. She tries to get information from the sergeant, asking what happened or if anyone was hurt, but the sergeant can't reveal any information to her. But then he asks for her name. And as soon as he does, Betty hangs up the phone with a little more anger than necessary.
That is very interesting and true. It just made me laugh because she really was like, well, what's the T on that crash? And she's like, they don't know I know this hack. Like, they're not going to tell you
Like,
this.
hold on, let me try this. I pay your salary. Say, that's not good.
I was like, Betty, that was your plan.
She winked like it was.
Yeah.
But after Betty hangs up the phone, she relays to Rita that there was an accident on Mulholland Drive. Though she couldn't get any more info, Betty is certain that this was Rita's accident. She wonders if there could be something about it in the papers, offering to buy Rita a cup of coffee so they can check it out. But inside the diner, Betty sits with Rita in front of their cups of coffee, Betty frantically searching through the pages of a newspaper, but when she doesn't find anything, she suggests that the accident could have happened so late that it didn't end up in the paper yet. I believe they are sitting at the same table as Dan and Herb.
It looks like it.
Okay.
But just then, a server at the diner, played by Missy Kreider, comes by to refill their coffee.
I think this was before she met Adam Meeks and married him.
Spoiler.
Yeah.
sorry. I mean, Fenton Meeks.
Careful now.
Yeah, you can't do that.
My bad.
But Betty thanks her for the refill by name, reading it from her name tag. Diane. Wheels begin to turn in Rita's head upon hearing the name Diane, and she just stares at the server's name tag, trying to put it all together. Diane asks if they need anything else, and Betty immediately answers that she doesn't, and a very absent-minded Rita says that she doesn't either. Diane drops the check on the table for 2 coffees and walks away. We do get a tight shot of this ticket drop, and 2 coffees also comes up later.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also clue number 6. But just saying. But as soon as Diane's gone, Betty asks Rita what's wrong, but Rita just shushes her. And after a moment, she tells Betty that she remembers something. Rita smiles, so relieved to have possibly found a clue to her identity. They return to the apartment, and as soon as they're safe inside, Betty grabs Rita by the shoulders, asking her what it is, and Rita finally blurts it out. Diane Selwyn. She wonders if this could be her name. I will say it's very egregious that Rita didn't say a word the whole way back.
That.
Like,
Because I was like, John Paul would have forgotten by the time we paid the check.
Oh, no, yeah,
You need to tell me right now.
But the two sit down on the couch, going through a phone book on the coffee table, and Betty finds a D. Selwyn, the only one in the phone book, and immediately dials the phone number into a cordless phone.
We love a good lead.
Mm-hmm.
And I love Betty is that friend that's going to, okay, what's his last name? Okay, this is everybody's ever dated. This is grandma. She's that FBI friend that's going to find out everything in 30 minutes.
Yeah, but I think Betty wants to help because she wants to just see the aftermath.
Maybe.
Well, it feels like Betty is very much enjoying being a part of something bigger than herself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I think we all do.
I was going to say, who
No,
doesn't love a
yeah.
good mystery?
But Betty holds the phone in between them, remarking that it's strange to be calling yourself. Interesting. Rita says that maybe it's not her. The line begins to ring as the camera presses in on both of them, and a woman's voice, a very familiar voice, is heard on the answering machine on the other end. Hello, it's me. Leave a message. Rita doesn't recognize the voice as hers, but she knows that she knows her. Betty suggests that maybe it wasn't Diane Selwyn's voice on the other end. Maybe it was Rita's roommate. Or maybe it is Diane Selwyn, and she could tell Rita who she is. Rita just ponders this, but we immediately cut to a limousine outside of Adam's mansion. A driver waits by the door as Kinney, a man of very large stature played by Tony Longo, makes his way toward the front door. He rings the doorbell as Bring It On Home by Sonny Boy Williamson II plays in the background. When no one answers, Kinney lets himself inside and calls out for Adam Kesher. Lorraine rounds the corner, still in her dress covered in pink paint, and she pushes herself against Kinney, telling him to get lost, but the man doesn't budge, and he just confirms that this is in fact Adam Kesher's home. Lorraine charges for him, but he just pushes her off of him. She then climbs onto his back halfway over his shoulders, which is when Gene enters the chat. He's looking for a repeat of his handling of Adam, but Kinney makes short work of him, slugging Gene right in the face.
Yeah, I think this is a different, what is it called, like weight classes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or karma.
You know, yeah.
Karma's another word for it as well.
I mean,
It was really weird though when he was like the weasel go pop or whatever, and
because he goes something about like here's the door or something like that. Like, what?
Because they don't know how.
Oh shit! That's right. God damn it! You guys are funnier than me. I forgot that completely. I was quoting the film. But Lorraine's still on his back. Kinney reaches up and punches her, knocking her off of his shoulders. He composes himself and calls out once again for Adam Kesher. So again, this whole thing just sells this idea of a big conspiracy.
Yeah.
You got Mr. Roke sitting in that room. You've got Ray shutting down the production.
Mm-hmm.
And now you've got people out here looking for Adam.
At his home.
At his home. Is what you said. Yes.
Well, it was twice as true.
Yeah. But that night, we glide over the city lights of Los Angeles to find the bright neon sign of the Park Hotel. Inside, Cookie, the hotel manager, played by Gino Silva, walks upstairs to knock on the red door to room 16. I will say you have hotel manager, Cookie.
Yeah.
Apartment manager, Coco.
Yeah.
It seems interesting to me.
They both
Okay.
sound delicious.
I was going to say, both named after treats, that has to be something. But the door opens, and we find Adam standing there, still in his paint-stained suit. The hotel manager apologizes to him, revealing that there seems to be some kind of problem with his credit cards. Adam reminds Cookie that he pays him in cash, but Cookie says that two guys from Adam's bank came by. Adam is bewildered, wondering how they even knew he was here.
Two very large and threatening men from your bank.
Yeah.
Was it on The Simpsons? Hired goons?
What?
But Cookie isn't sure how they knew, but they apparently wanted him to tell Adam that he's maxed out at their bank and that his line of credit has been canceled. Adam calls it unbelievable, but he reaches into his pocket to offer Cookie some cash, promising that he has enough. Cookie just tells Adam not to worry, but he apologizes, sharing that it was his duty to inform him about what happened. Adam understands, and Cookie apologizes again before closing the door to his room. I just kind of came to a bit of a theory about this character, and something we'll see later.
Yeah.
Maybe this duty to inform is a way of explaining an appearance that happens, because that's his role here.
Okay. Maybe.
All right.
Because I've not figured that out.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that at least you have something. I have no
for
idea.
this, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, for this character specifically.
Right.
Mm-hmm. But the camera pans down the hall and in one fluid motion finds Adam inside of his dingy hotel room, sitting down at the desk to use the telephone. This was very cool.
Yeah.
But he connects with Cynthia at the office, furious that someone shut off his money. Cynthia already knows and asks Adam where he is, but Adam just asks how she already knows, learning that someone attempted to reach Adam, and when they couldn't, they called Cynthia, telling her that Adam was as good as broke.
I'm like, surely this is more than the movie. Like,
Yeah.
what is going on?
Mm-hmm.
Like he's got side stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, the studio's mad at me, I'm in trouble with the mob.
Well, I know, and he did break that windshield.
Yeah, he did.
Maybe why they're looking
Yeah,
for him.
maybe it's more that.
Apparently, Cynthia didn't believe this person, so she made a few calls. Adam asks her what she found out, and Cynthia puts it plainly. You're broke. She knows that he really isn't, but on paper, he is. Adam tells her that he's at Cookie's hotel downtown, but Cynthia just asks him if he knows somebody called the Cowboy. Adam is confused by the name, but Cynthia said that somebody called the Cowboy wants to see Adam, and someone named Jason, who we haven't met yet, thought it would be a good idea for Adam to meet him. Adam restates what he just heard. Jason thought it would be a good idea for me to go see the Cowboy. It sounds wild.
Yeah, and I don't like it one bit.
Hey, it could be worse, though. You hear the Cowboy, it's like, all right, maybe, but it's like, look, the Pumler wants to see you or some shit, or
We're good.
Brucey McGee or whatever. It's like, all right.
It could be worse.
But Adam asks sarcastically if he should wear his 10-gallon hat and his 6-shooters, but Cynthia just tells him that she has a feeling that the Cowboy is connected to what's happening. She suggests that Adam should meet with this guy, and he should do it right away. Taking note of her serious demeanor and urgency, Adam asks Cynthia what's going on, and she sighs that it's just been a very strange day. Adam adds that it's only getting stranger, but he then asks her where he's supposed to meet the Cowboy, facetiously asking if he has to ride out to the range. Cynthia replies, sort of. She says that if she tells the Cowboy that the meeting is on, Adam has to go to the top of Beechwood Canyon, and there's a corral up there where he'll be. Adam can't believe what he's hearing, but he confirms that he will meet with the Cowboy, considering how the day is already gone. Cynthia says that she'll call the Cowboy right away, and then call Adam back to tell him when the meeting will take place. Then, very sweetly, Cynthia offers that Adam could stay at her place if he wanted, but Adam politely declines, saying that it wouldn't be a good idea. Cynthia counters that she was just trying to give him a place to stay, but Adam stands firm in his declination. Cynthia tells him that he doesn't know what he's missing, but Adam, with a southern accent and Western language, just tells Cynthia to call the Cowboy and then call him back.
Shoot your shot.
Yeah.
I don't know about timing. But
See, for me, I took it as a different way. I kind of took it as she was trying to bait him over there. And I was like, what's wrong?
Oh.
That you're like, no, just come over here. No.
Oh, like they're there?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because she's like, look, I'll set up the meeting, then I'll call you back. Then no, we don't need to play phone tag, dude. You're telling me when to meet him there. Tell him I'm going to show up. And then she's like, you can come over here. Why?
That is interesting. I just took it as there was another kind of cookie involved.
All right.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah.
that was the trying to get him to come over.
What's just, yeah.
Well,
Like, what is that? I felt,
All right.
all right, guys. Trying to run a business here. Back at Ruth's apartment, we get an exterior shot of the apartment door in the dark before heading inside to find Betty and Rita sitting on the floor and consulting a map on the coffee table. There, they find the address of Diane Selwyn from the phone book, determining it to be on Sierra Bonita, which isn't very far away. Rita grows increasingly nervous, unsure about their plan. Betty acknowledges Rita's fears, but promises that they'll be careful. She says they'll go over there tomorrow and they'll find out everything. But we cut to the outside of the apartment again, stepping forward in a POV shot under the glow of the porch light before Betty and Rita hear a knock at the door. They cautiously rise up from the floor, Rita taking a seat on the couch and Betty going to answer it. She attempts to calm Rita's nerves, telling her that it's probably just Coco, but when Betty opens the door, she finds Louise Bonner, played by Lee Grant. So Grant is another performer with a ton of credits in her filmography.
Mm-hmm.
I believe she was an Academy Award winner. I think she also became a director, and one of her documentaries was nominated for an Academy Award.
Damn.
Very nice.
Like, she's got an illustrious career.
Yeah.
But Louise is shrouded mostly in shadow and a hood over her head. When Betty asks who she is, Louise just answers, "Someone is in trouble." She asks what Betty is doing in Ruth's apartment, and Betty explains that she's Ruth's niece and that Ruth is letting her stay here. She tells Louise that her name is Betty, but Louise grows agitated, telling Betty that that isn't her name. She says that isn't what she said. And then she continues her vague warnings. Someone is in trouble. Something bad is happening. First of all, the fact that she said that's not her name is very interesting.
Yeah.
But Betty apologizes, telling Louise that she doesn't know who she is. But suddenly, Coco appears, calling out to Louise, and Louise seems to calm down as soon as she sees Coco. She tells her that she's been trying to get a hold of her since 3 p.m, telling her that one is in her room and she won't leave. She pleads with Coco to get her out now. Betty just eyes Louise uneasily as Coco introduces Louise to her, promising her that she meant well. This whole sequence so far, it's very surprising and very odd and eerie and ominous.
Yeah.
To me, I feel like, and we'll talk about it later, I'm thinking the idea of subconscious thought.
Okay.
Okay.
But again, we'll talk later.
Yeah.
But Coco then introduces Louise to Betty, telling her that she is Ruth's niece and she's an actress. In fact, Coco says, she was just headed over to see Betty to deliver some faxed pages of a scene for Betty's big audition tomorrow. Coco hands Betty the pages through the screen door and then offers to take Louise home, apologizing to Betty for the intrusion, explaining that it does happen sometimes. As Coco tries to lead Louise away, Louise looks past her and into Ruth's apartment, sharing that she said it was someone else who was in trouble. We catch a glimpse of Rita through the screen door as Coco pulls Louise away and takes her home after offering a goodnight to Betty. Betty closes the door, a bit shaken up from the incident, but she stops and looks over at Rita. The camera presses in quickly and tightly on Rita's fearful face.
Oh, man, if we didn't think something was wrong now, I think we should.
No
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
I mean, if she was clearly having some second thoughts about going at all.
Yeah.
And then someone's like, someone's in trouble.
Yeah.
And then she's like, I think it's you. So, yeah. But elsewhere, Adam speeds towards the meeting with the cowboy through the darkness of night, eerie atmospheric tones in the score his only company.
I would be gagging the entire way there. I'm like, how was he so calm?
Well, I mean, what else can go wrong?
It doesn't matter. You never say
Yeah.
that. Because it can always go more wrong.
Yeah, that's true.
I'd be gagging. I would need a sick bag.
It's a deleted scene.
Thankfully.
But Adam's headlights pierce the evening as he scoffs, "Cowboy." So he's like, whatever.
Yeah.
With the way that his day has gone, I
Yeah.
don't know how.
Yeah.
But he continues onward, pulling up to the designated meeting place at Beechwood Canyon. I will say this was actually filmed at Beechwood Canyon.
Really?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Adam shuts his car off and makes his way through the pitch black night and into the corral. A light begins to buzz to life underneath a decorative cow skull hanging over the entrance of the corral, and once the area is lit properly, out of the shadows steps the cowboy, played by Monty Montgomery. Firstly, I just want to talk about Lynch's sound design with this flickering light.
Yeah.
Amazing.
It's so unnerving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is where I had talked about earlier about the firewood, the pitched down music.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And that might add to the eeriness as well.
Yeah.
Also, interestingly, Monty Montgomery, who plays the cowboy, I feel like, firstly, he has a presence about him.
Yeah.
This is his only performance, acting-wise.
Really?
Yeah.
So that makes me think it's another thing, like with
Well, he
dude, where
was
he's like, you're gonna do that. You're gonna do that.
he was a producer on Lynch's Wild at Heart,
Okay.
and so he might have just remembered him.
Yeah.
With his white hat, red bandana, and brown coat, the cowboy offers, "Howdy." Adam returns this greeting, his face filled with confusion. Cowboy says that it's a beautiful evening and thanks Adam for coming up all this way to see him from that nice hotel downtown. That's frightening.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, but I'm like, was it nice?
Well, no. But Adam just shrugs and he asks what's on the cowboy's mind. Cowboy smirks at the fact that Adam wants to get right to business, acknowledging Adam's anxiousness. He says a man's attitude goes some ways to the way his life will be, and he asks if Adam agrees. Adam just replies, "Sure." But Cowboy wonders if Adam answered because that's what Adam thought he'd want to hear, or did he answer because that's what he truly believes? Adam assures Cowboy that he agrees with what he said, truly, and this is when Cowboy asks Adam to repeat what he said, and Adam does so rapidly. A man's attitude determines to a large extent how his life will be. Cowboy accepts this agreement, but he feels that if Adam truly agrees, he must be a person who doesn't truly care about the good life. Adam doesn't understand, but Cowboy tells him to just stop for a little second and think about it. Adam just chuckles and obliges, but Cowboy isn't pleased, insisting that Adam is too busy being a smart aleck to actually be thinking. He suggests Adam actually think instead of being a smart aleck, asking if he can just try that for him. Adam is over the back and forth, though, demanding to know where this is going and what he's supposed to do. Cowboy answers his question with another question. He says there's sometimes a buggy. How many drivers does a buggy have? I'm watching this. I said, there's sometimes a buggy?
Yeah.
I'm lost.
What do you mean by that?
But Adam answers the question. 1. Cowboy elaborates on this metaphor, asserting that he's the one driving this buggy, and if Adam fixes his attitude, he can ride along with him. Adam agrees to these terms, Cowboy advising Adam to go back to work tomorrow, reminding him that he was recasting the lead actress in the film anyway, and he tells Adam to audition many girls for the part, but when he sees the girl that was shown to him earlier today, Cowboy directs him to say, "This is the girl." Cowboy says that the rest of the cast can stay, that's up to Adam, but the lead actress is not up to Adam. Cowboy assures Adam that he'll see him one more time if he does good, and he'll see him 2 more times if he does bad. Cowboy offers a goodnight and a nod before turning around and walking away, the light under the cow skull buzzing and dimming to darkness again. So, seeing him once or twice, keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I did as soon as he said it.
There is something so just foreboding about so many scenes in this film. And I feel like, nothing has really even happened. It was a veiled threat, clearly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the conversation was very calm. But I felt terrified this whole time.
Yeah, that's what got me is I don't know really what I was expecting from this meeting, but the light reacting to him in an almost supernatural way was eerie. And the fact that he's like, look, I'm not outwardly threatening you. I'm not giving ultimatums. I'm being very calm. I'm being very self-assured. This is what is happening. And you're going to play your role and I'm going to play my role. And that's just what it is.
Yeah.
And if you do good, you're going to see me once. If you don't, you're going to see me twice. Goodbye. And then he just leaves. There is no, I don't need feedback from you. I'm telling you what is going on.
Yeah, this is no longer my movie. Got it.
Yeah, heard.
That's it.
Yeah.
Seriously, yeah. But the next morning, after a panning shot of the Hollywood sign in the sunlight, we return to Ruth's apartment. Betty and Rita run through the lines for Betty's audition. Rita is playing the role of Betty's character's father's friend who has returned against the wishes of Betty's character. A stilted argument ensues as Betty is off book and Rita obviously isn't. Rita tells Betty, "You know what I want. It's not that difficult." In character, Betty tells Rita to get out before she calls her father, dramatically declaring that this will be the end of everything. Rita asks, in character, "What about Betty? What will her dad think of her?" Betty screams for Rita's character to stop and insists that if she tells what happened, they'll arrest Rita's character and she'll go to jail. She insists that she get out before, and Rita consults her script, asking, "Before what?" Betty then pulls a knife from behind her back, answering, "Before I kill you." Rita consults her script again, answering with improper inflection, "Then they'll put you in jail."
She's doing her best.
She is.
Yeah.
She's going through a lot, and it's honestly hilarious that she's running lines with Betty right now.
Yeah.
It's like, we don't have time for this.
My audition is today, dude. What do you need? Your name? We'll figure it out.
Priority. Betty can't contain her laughter, ending the scene and telling Rita that this is when she'll cry, 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 and then with big emotion she'll say, "I hate you. I hate us both." Rita just laughs, and Betty criticizes the scene, but Rita assures Betty that she's really good. With a fake accent, a fake cigarette, and a mimed smoke, Betty thanks her, and the two laugh together. I will say this does set up something very interesting, because we do get to see this scene again in a very different context.
Yes.
And,
oh, shit.
and it's coming up like right now.
Yeah.
But the fact that in this scene she doesn't seem to take it so seriously, like at all. She's rehearsing, but she's kind of just like,
Yeah.
whatever.
Flippant.
Yeah. But we crossfade to the fountain in the courtyard, Coco walking over to Ruth's apartment to talk to Betty. But when she sees Rita through the screen door, she calls out to her, asking who she is. Rita responds in the worst way possible. With wide, fearful eyes, she goes, Betty? And when Betty enters the room, Coco eyes her suspiciously, telling her that she needs to speak to her. Outside. Betty joins Coco in the courtyard, and Coco tells her that she was just on the phone with her Aunt Ruth. Betty admits that she was afraid of that. Which again. But Coco says that Ruth wants to know who is staying in her apartment. Betty promises that it's just for a night or two until Rita can find her own place, and she lies that she tried to explain that to Aunt Ruth, but the connection was bad and her plane was leaving and she got it all mixed up.
She's thinking on her feet.
Yeah.
She
And
is.
it's not that bad of a lie.
For the moment, not really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she assures Coco that Rita is very nice. Coco obviously doesn't believe the story at all, but she says that Betty is a good kid, and she says that she's going to trust her to sort this whole thing out. Betty thanks her, and Coco pleads with her not to make her into a sucker. She reminds Betty that Louise Bonner said that there's trouble in there. Sometimes she's wrong, but if there is trouble, Coco orders Betty to get rid of it. Betty then heads back inside, and Rita asks if everything is okay, and if it's a problem that she's here. Betty assures her that everything is A-OK before going to make herself a sandwich and excitedly remarking that her audition is in 1 hour.
So does Louise Bonner do this a lot? Because she's like, no, she's not always right.
Yeah.
That did make me laugh.
Well, I mean, 50-50.
Yeah. And how many, again, what is this, the second time she's been warned?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, maybe, like, listen.
You would think, but Betty is very optimistic.
She is.
Yeah.
But later, foreboding music rises in the score as a car carrying two men wearing black suits and sunglasses drive past the apartment complex on Havenhurst. But Betty, dressed sharply in a skirt and a button-up shirt, holds her script in her hand, calling out to Rita, telling her not to drink all the Coke and to be ready to go when she returns from her audition. I don't know.
We'll figure out your identity later, okay?
Yeah.
It's like, that's your priority.
Yeah.
Don't drink all my Coke, dude.
Well, it's going to be easier to figure it out if I'm a TV star. Connections. But Rita agrees to all of these terms, and Betty is off. We see wonder in her eyes as she arrives in a cab at the beautiful front gates of what appear to be Paramount Studios. So a couple things. I did mention earlier that there were homages to Sunset Boulevard.
Mm-hmm.
This is another one of them. It's very reminiscent of a shot of the Paramount gates on the film Sunset Boulevard.
Oh.
We see in this film that they don't show the Paramount Pictures logo because apparently they allow you to film. This is what David Lynch said. You can film those gates for a film, but you can't show the logo.
Okay.
Just an odd rule.
Yeah.
But you do see a very old car inside the gates.
Mm-hmm.
It's from the 1920s. It's the same car that was used in Sunset Boulevard.
Oh, wow.
Oh, very nice.
But Betty steps out of the cab, beaming a smile, a fountain raining water behind her as she makes her way inside. Once inside the studio, Betty is led into an office by Wally Brown, the producer of the project played by James Karen. You might recognize James Karen because we talked about him not only on Poltergeist, but The Return of the Living Dead.
Yeah.
Oh, shit, that's right.
Yeah.
But the office is crowded with people sitting in chairs and on a couch, and Wally introduces Betty around the room. First to Jack Tuptman, his assistant, who I could not find a credit for. But also Woody Katz, Betty's scene partner, played by Chad Everett, Bob Brooker, the director of the project, played by Wayne Grace, and Julie Chadwick, who I also couldn't find a credit for.
Okay.
But he then introduces their surprise guest for Betty's audition, Linnie James, a renowned casting director played by Rita Taggart. Wally admits that they couldn't afford Linnie for this project, but she is the best. Linnie appreciates the compliment and introduces them both to Nikki, her assistant played by Michelle Hicks. You probably recognize Michelle Hicks from Mr. Robot and The Shield.
I did.
Okay.
For Mr. Robot, yeah.
And I think, I looked it up because I wasn't sure, but I think that Wayne Grace, who plays Bob Brooker, is the guy who ruined Kramer and Newman's game of Risk on Seinfeld. But after these introductions, Martha Johnson, played by Kate Forster, walks into the room and is introduced to Betty, even though Betty apparently met her out front in a scene that we did not see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Forster, this is Robert Forster's daughter.
Oh.
Okay.
But Betty just offers everyone a timid hi, which gives Wally a chuckle. But he excitedly suggests that they give it a go, offering her a water or a coffee before they begin. Betty declines the offer, assuring him that she's fine, and with that, Wally suggests everyone take their seats so they can begin the audition, and very warmly requests Betty join Woody on the other side of the room so that they can play the scene together. Betty takes off her overshirt and joins Woody as told. Wally then asks Bob, the director, if he has any words of advice for Betty before she begins. Bob offers, "It's not a contest. The two of them with themselves, so don't play it for real until it gets real." Wally's face crinkles in confusion, and Linnie shares a look with Nikki as if to say, "What the fuck?"
Well, yeah, the first time watching this, I was like, okay, I'm not getting this part because I don't know what the fuck that means. And then you watch it again and you're like, oh, that's a very interesting thing to say.
Right.
Yeah.
I just wanted to point out that I was feeling a little uneasy because the whole time he's making these introductions, he's touching her lower back, her waist, I'm like, we're very handsy.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's very unnecessary.
Mm-hmm. And it only gets worse with Woody.
Yeah, I chalked that up to the scene.
I don't. Because it's before action is called.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
But I was very uneasy because it just felt a little weird.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was uncomfortable then until the performance started.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, okay.
Mm-hmm. I will say, remember Bob Brooker,
Yeah.
the director. And I also consider the fact of him being shown as very pretentious and annoying.
Yeah. Well, he's almost like detached. Like
Yeah.
he's in his own head.
Yeah.
Like,
But very oddly, Woody holds Betty's hands and says, "Tell me where it hurts, baby." Betty doesn't understand this at all, but Woody just turns his attention to Bob, who he calls Bobby, and in his smarmy old actor vibe, he says that he wants to play this one nice and close. He says like they did with the girl with the black hair. Interesting.
Yeah.
Bob tells him that it's a good idea, but reminds him not to rush his line like he did last time. The before what line. Woody just shrugs off the direction from the director, telling him that acting is reacting, and he says that all the actresses have said his cue line the exact same way, so he's just reacting to them.
As Betty, you got to be like, well, I got to I got to go way outside the box for this.
You're getting clued in.
Yeah.
But he asks Betty her name again, and with his hands on her sides, he tells her not to rush it, and he pulls her closer to him, reminding her that they're going to play it nice and close. With their bodies touching, he says it's just like they do in the movies before offering the line, "Dad's best friend goes to work." I hate this guy.
Yeah, he's slimy.
Yeah.
Betty is clearly and understandably very uncomfortable, as Wally just smiles and directs Bob to direct his actors, and he finally calls action. In character, Betty asks, "You're still here?" Woody kisses her cheek and her neck, breathing that he came back, which is what he thought she wanted. Betty pulls away from him, telling him that no one wants him here. Woody responds incredulously as Betty reminds him that her parents are right upstairs, and they think he's left. Woody announces his return as a facetious surprise, but Betty pushes him away, threatening to call her father. Woody just puts Betty's hands behind her back, pulling her closer and calling her bluff. His hand hovers hesitantly above her thigh, but Betty reaches out and places his palm against her. Woody seems mildly surprised himself, but stays in character as Betty tells him that he's playing a dangerous game, and if he's trying to blackmail her, it's not going to work. They gaze into each other's eyes, teasing a kiss, as Woody assures her that she knows what he wants, and that it's not that difficult. But Betty leans closer in his ear, whispering, "Get out." She can't hide her desire, but she can't go through with it either, telling Woody to get out before she calls her dad. She reminds Woody that he's her father's best friend. Giving him a small kiss and burying her face into his chest, she tells him that this would be the end of everything. Woody asks her what her father would think of her, and they share a forbidden kiss, before she pleads with him in a breath, telling him to stop it. She reminds him that that's what he said from the beginning. She says that if she tells what happened, they'll arrest him and put him in jail. She asks him to get out before... And Woody takes his time with the line, whispering, "Before what?" Betty can barely answer, their lips and tongues far too preoccupied with a passionate kiss as she slowly reveals an invisible knife over Woody's shoulder. She finally whispers the answer, "Before I kill you." Woody stops cold, seeing the sincerity in Betty's eyes. He releases himself from her embrace, telling her that then they'd put her in jail. Betty nods, clenching her jaw, pushing Woody away and holding the invisible knife behind her back. She struggles against tears and confesses, "I hate you. I hate us both." After a moment settled in the energy of the scene, Wally breaks through it all with stunned applause, and an amazed Lenny whispers to Nikki that she's going to take her over there, and Nikki concurs, big time. So again, the scene just kind of seems like a dramatic scene to audition with.
Right.
But there are so many ideas and themes and concepts within it. Just this idea of Betty saying, "I hate you. I hate us both."
Yeah.
Put that in your pocket.
Okay.
Because I really think that there are just like these little teases of things that come up that just mean so much later.
I will say the duality in which she performs the scene too.
Yes.
The two drastically different ways.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But Betty comes back to herself, out of character, announcing, "Well, there it was." And Woody just looks at her in disbelief at what he just experienced. He agrees with her and compliments her, remarking that she has a way with her. Wally urges some kind of comment out of Bob, who simply offers that it was very good. He adds that maybe it was a little forced, but it was all still humanistic. But it was very good. Really. Again.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I will say again, I wonder why he's so reserved and seemingly not as impressed.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah.
Or hold on to it.
Or both.
Or both.
I like I said, I was a little uncomfortable at the beginning of the scene, and then when I seen that she did really good,
Yeah.
and I was like, oh no, you took that shit back. It was like, this is whatever you want to look at me as. I'm an actress.
Yeah.
This is what the fuck I do. So everybody was like, oh my God.
Yeah. And it's very important, this scene especially, of showing talent.
Yeah.
Because I think that really falls in line with clue number 8. Did talent alone help Camila?
Mm-hmm.
But Wally reaches for Betty's hands, thanking her sincerely, overcome with amazement at how extraordinary her audition was. He says that she's made her aunt proud, and he plans to tell her so the first chance he gets. As everyone stands up from their seats, Wally assures Betty that they'll speak again. Linny thanks Wally for letting her attend the audition and offers to walk Betty out. Before Betty leaves with Linny and Nikki, she thanks Wally for the opportunity and tells everyone how nice it was to meet them. As soon as the door closes, everyone left in the room can't contain their excitement. Woody calls it a slam dunk, and he asks Wally where the hell he even found her, as they share a congratulatory hug and a pat on the back. But in the hall outside, Linny's disgust spills from her, grousing about how awful the audition was. Betty stops dead in her tracks, wounded from Linny's words, but Linny assures her that she was stellar. But poor Wally, she says, he'll never get that picture made. The women continue down the hall together as Linny explains that Wally's days were up 20 years ago, and Nikki adds that Woody Katz is only doing this for a favor, and she's heard that the rest of the cast is terrible.
Yeah. This feels so manipulative.
Yeah.
You're there to sit in, and when you see kind of like this diamond, you're like, oh, well, you don't want to be a part of that anyway. Honestly, it fucking sucks. You're awesome, but it feels very, I don't know, just gross.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking. I was like, how weird or fucked up would you feel once you hear all of this? It's like, oh, you guys all know each other. There's some kind of beef or something.
Yeah.
It's like, man, what am I part of now?
Well, I mean, it just feels like show business.
Yeah.
It feels like, oh, well, let me take you under my wing.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
gross.
But in reply to the comment that the cast is terrible, Linny confirms it, once again calling Wally a poor old fool. Betty is confused, commenting that Wally seems so sweet and was so very nice to her, and she shares that he's a close friend of her aunt's. But before she gets too worked up, Linny calms her down, acknowledging that she herself loves Wally, admitting that she ought to because she was married to him for 10 years.
You're throwing a lot at me right now.
Like, give me a second.
Hold the fuck
That's
on.
what I'm saying. It's like, wow.
What am I in?
Yeah.
Yeah. But she says that she also loves actors, all actors, but she and Nikki just get a little catty sometimes. Betty smiles, understanding, and Linny explains that they want to introduce her to a director who's a head above the rest, telling her that he's got a project that she would kill, knock right out of the park. They step onto a nearby elevator. But we cut to a recording studio to find a group of singers performing together. Carol, the lead singer played by Elizabeth Lackey, stands in the center of the group, flanked on either side by two backup singers, two men on the outside played by Brian Beacock and Blake Lindsley, and two women next to her played by Adrienne Curry and Tyra M. Lindsay. The men are clad in blue suits, while the women wear pink skirts and golden tops, except Carol, who is donned in all pink. In a song befitting of the era they're capturing, the group is performing 16 Reasons by Connie Stevens from 1959. The camera pulls back from them into the control room of the studio, a window cut out of a wall, pulling back even further to reveal an entire crew capturing it all on film.
I loved this.
Yeah.
It was really cool. And it also kind of fits into an idea that is about artifice.
Mm-hmm.
Things that are presented as real,
Right.
Yeah.
pull back.
It's an illusion.
Mm-hmm. But behind it all, we see Betty enter the room with Linny and Nikki, who introduce her to Ray, who is watching the shoot with a proud look in his eyes. But the director of the shoot is Adam, seated in his director's chair. But when he turns around, his gaze meets Betty's, and the camera presses in on her, and time seems to slow down. Adam's mouth drops open slightly in clear recognition of her, of something about her. Adam can barely break away from looking at her, and the song finally comes to an end. Adam calls cut and walks onto the set to talk things over with Carol, thanking her for coming in despite her busy schedule. She shares that she loves the script and asks him where to sign, but Adam levels with her that they're not going to let him cast the project until he's seen everyone audition, but he'll let her know as soon as he can. Carol jokes that she knows he will because she and her manager are going to be bugging him day and night about it, and after a bit of playful banter, Adam walks back to his chair, lighting up another cigarette and asking Hank, the assistant director played by Michael D. Weathered, who is next. Hank consults his list and shares that the next actress auditioning is Camila Rhodes. Adam asks for her to be sent in as he takes a seat in his chair and blows a smoke ring. So I wanted to point out that this was another problem with ABC.
Mm-hmm.
We all understand that smoking is a bad habit.
Yeah.
And that you shouldn't do it. But ABC was very upset with all the smoking in the film. And Coco, they wanted her to smoke a lot as part of her character.
Mm-hmm.
And ABC was like, we'll make the deal with you to allow it, but she needs to have a hacking cough.
Oh my God. We need to see immediate consequences for this.
And so they didn't do it. But
That's crazy as fuck.
But David Lynch's only direction to Justin Theroux when he's smoking in this scene, I read in that book, he goes, fucking enjoy it. It just made me laugh. Just so defiant.
And they're adults smoking. It's not like they're advertising to kids or they're like, all right, in this scene, you're just learning how to smoke. And it's like, no, dude.
No one is under the illusion that smoking is a good thing.
Yeah, at all.
People still smoke. Like,
Yeah.
that is the thing that happens. And everything that goes on in this movie, that is the point. Come on.
Yeah.
Camila enters, appearing somewhat nervous as she takes her mark behind the microphone, her blonde hair styled for the part and her outfit bespeckled and shimmering. A voice calls out, Sylvia North Story, Camila Rhodes, take 1. Clue number 3, the title of the film that Kesher is directing.
Mm-hmm.
But Adam calls for playback and then calls action. I've Told Every Little Star by Linda Scott begins to play, and Camila immediately snaps into character, miming a performance of the song, but it's really nothing to write home about. Adam, however, tells the assistant director to send Jason over. Jason, played by Michael Fairman, arrives, and he stands next to Adam's chair as the audition continues. You may remember Michael Fairman from Dead Silence.
I do.
Ah, okay.
Seemingly unimpressed, Jason asks Adam if he wanted to tell him something, and Adam removes his headset, but before he can answer, Ray enters the fray, standing in shadow behind Jason. Adam looks up at both men, and with nothing behind his eyes, he recites his rehearsed line. This is the girl. Ray leans into the light, merely responding, excellent choice, Adam. It feels fucking evil.
Yes, it does.
But he nods approvingly. Adam looks away, putting his headset back on, but he then turns around to look at Betty again. Betty, however, notices the time on her watch, and after sharing another bit of eye contact with Adam, she tells Linny and Nikki that she has to leave. She promised a friend that she'd meet them. She apologizes and takes off running. So we talked about this idea of artifice.
Mm-hmm.
There's also an idea of hearing music through performance that is mimed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That will come up again later. There's just a lot of repetition in this film in a very interesting way.
Mm-hmm. I thought it was kind of funny because when she sees Adam, they look. I was like, "Is this a love story now?" I was
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
I was like, "What's happening here?"
And then the song that's playing,
yeah,
16 Reasons Why I Love You.
yeah.
It's like, oh shit. But, not oh shit, it's fine.
Oh,
my God.
No, it was a good ocean.
Yeah.
Like, oh shit.
But, and again, you feel like the pressure of this studio system or whatever it is on Adam. He clearly sees Betty and he's like, that's Sylvia North.
Yeah.
But he can't do anything about it. And again, it's another interesting thing that's presented where Betty is seemingly overlooked.
Yeah.
But we find Betty outside of the apartments on Havenhurst, walking with Rita to the open door of a waiting cab, just as she promised. As they continue down the road, Betty notices the apartment and address for Diane Selwyn on Sierra Bonita. She asks Rita if anything looks familiar, but upon seemingly recognizing a car across the street, Rita slinks down in her seat and urges the uncredited driver to keep going. 2 men sit in the front seat of that car in suits and sunglasses, and Rita says that she doesn't know them when Betty asks her, but she still doesn't want the car to stop. Betty asks the driver to keep going, but to go around the back of the building. He does as told, and the women get out of the car, approaching the back entrance to the apartment complex. They creep through an awning, making their way through the shadows to find a directory with names of the tenants listed next to their apartment numbers. I get this for apartment complexes, but this feels dangerous as hell.
Very.
Because I was like, oh shit, this is the address from the phone book.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. One thing I will say, I did see that this is actually, or I don't know, is or was, a real apartment complex that was apparently, according to Jack Fisk, built by Disney in Silver Lake for their employees to live in at the time.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
Just interesting.
Yeah.
But after combing through the list of tenants, Betty finds a D. Selwyn living in apartment number 12 and directs Rita to follow her to find it. As they continue on, however, Rita notices a man, dressed very similarly to the men in the car, standing guard across the way. She grabs Betty, hiding with her behind bushes lining the path that they're on. Betty admits that Rita is starting to make her feel scared too, and when they rise slowly to peek over the bushes again, the man in the suit is looking right in their direction. They dip down, collecting themselves to look again, and when they do, they see the man in the suit walking away, holding a large briefcase, as a woman in a yellow dress carrying her purse follows behind him. Betty assures Rita that there's nothing to be afraid of, and they continue to apartment 12. So this feels very familiar to when...
Ruth.
Yeah. Earlier. So again, this repetition, it just seems kind of, again, dreamlike.
Yeah.
I did think it was funny how they peeked and it was like, he can see both.
Yeah, their whole heads.
Yeah.
But after various twists and turns of the path, and after many shots of the well-manicured grass and shrubbery, the women find apartment 12. Betty approaches the door to knock on it, but Rita suddenly has cold feet, telling her to wait before she does. Betty looks back at Rita, who barely mutters to her, "Don't." Betty ignores this and knocks on the door anyway.
Betty does not give a fuck.
No.
She's definitely the, no, you go ask friend.
Yeah.
Like, she's just going to go do it.
Which every group needs a friend like that.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like talking to people.
No. John Paul's the you go ask friend. He doesn't care.
But after there's no answer at the door, Betty rejoins Rita, telling her that they must not be home. But before they can walk away, the door opens, and a woman, played by Joanna Stein, walks out of the apartment. Betty, thinking they're closer to solving the mystery, asks the woman if her name is Diane. But the woman looks quite irritated, just telling them to go to apartment 17. She explains that she switched apartments with Diane Selwyn, and that her apartment is just down at the end on the left. The woman and Rita look each other up and down for a moment before the woman adds that Diane hasn't been around for a few days. Betty says that they can just leave her a note in that case, but the woman then offers to go with them because Diane still has some of her stuff in her apartment. But before she can join them, the phone begins to ring inside of apartment 12, so she goes to answer it, telling the women to go ahead without her. They continue on their path, Betty acknowledging the fact that Rita isn't Diane Selwyn. But when they reach apartment 17, Betty knocks on the door a few times, but nobody answers.
This whole thing was very off.
Yeah.
That woman, I was like, okay, she's one of them. She's with the guys in the car, sitting on the apartment, sitting on, the street, everywhere.
And it's odd, I'll come with you.
Yeah. It was very, very weird.
I thought that was strange as well. I thought the same thing. I was like, okay, either you're with them or something's wrong. It's like, you don't need to come with us.
No.
Go, chill out and we'll go.
But assuming no one is home, Betty sneaks around the side of the apartment, attempting to break in through an open window.
It's broad daylight.
It is.
Yeah.
For the record.
There is no coming back later.
No.
She asks Rita for help as the window is too high for her to climb into alone, and after some reluctance, Rita walks over too and helps Betty inside.
See, for me, this was that moment where I was like, there's helping your friend, then there's helping your friend.
Betty is that bitch.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what to say about it.
Once inside, Betty unlocks the front door and lets Rita in. But the women immediately cover their mouths and noses once inside, some ungodly stench pervading the area.
You know,
Yeah.
as soon as they do that, it's like, fuck.
Mhm.
We then see the woman from apartment 12 finished with her phone call and heading toward apartment 17. But in apartment 17, Betty and Rita venture forth slowly, attempting to locate the source of the smell. After entering the bedroom, the women find it. There, curled up in bed amongst magenta sheets and lying motionless, is the dead body of a woman, her skin gray and decaying, dried blood caked on her face as she rests lifeless against her pillow.
Now you got a lawsuit on your hands. But I was like, what the fuck does this mean?
Yeah.
Was she taken out because of whatever affiliation she has with Rita?
And that's what I would assume.
Yeah.
Proximity.
Right.
But Rita lets out a horrified scream, and Betty is quick to silence this scream with her palm. The woman from apartment 12 knocks on the door, but when her knocks go unanswered, she just walks back to her apartment. She isn't like, where are those two women that were just...
Yeah.
They must have left.
No shit.
But after she's out of sight, Betty and Rita burst out of the front door to apartment 17, overcome with shock and terror, and their movements reverberate visually in a haze. But they return to Aunt Ruth's apartment, cutting immediately to find them in the bathroom, Rita frantically cutting her hair with a pair of scissors to deem her unrecognizable to anyone who is after her. Betty stops her, though, holding her and telling her that she knows what she's doing. She takes the scissors from her, caressing Rita's face softly as she sobs, and as she looks into her eyes, tells Rita to let her do it. Sometime later, the camera pans across the bathroom sink to find Betty standing in the bathroom mirror. She pulls Rita slowly into the frame to see her reflection, and we see that Rita's long dark hair is now hidden under a platinum blonde wig styled in a short bob cut. I thought this was supposed to be her real haircut, and I was like, how did they do that that fast? I don't believe this at all.
You did not live that quickly.
But Betty remarks that Rita looks like someone else, which is exactly what Rita was hoping for. Again, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But we crossfade to find Betty in bed that night, staring up at the ceiling. Rita, wearing a towel and fresh from the shower, leans into the doorframe to tell Betty goodnight. Betty tells her that she doesn't have to wear that around the house. Rita is confused, thinking that she means her towel, but Betty clarifies, telling her that she means the wig. Rita says that she was just looking at herself in the mirror again, but that she'll take it off when she goes to sleep. Betty adds that Rita doesn't have to sleep on that couch either, telling her that the bed is huge and inviting her to climb in with her to get a good night's sleep. Rita takes off her wig, running her fingers through her dark hair before standing at the side of Betty's bed. She removes her towel, and completely naked, she climbs underneath the sheets with Betty, acknowledging that it's much more comfortable than the couch.
She said, say less.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Her eyes unwavering from the sight of Betty, Rita thanks her for everything. Betty just smiles at her, and Rita tells her, "Good night, sweet Betty," and offers her a soft kiss on the cheek, leaning out of the covers to do so. Betty returns this kiss with a small kiss on the lips, which is followed by another, their kisses growing more passionate. Betty sits up too, and Rita removes Betty's shirt, caressing her. Betty asks Rita if she's ever done this before, but Rita can't remember.
Betty.
Yeah.
What's the one thing that we know about Rita? She doesn't fucking remember.
She doesn't know anything.
Rita returns the question to Betty, who simply answers that she wants to, with her. They stroke each other intimately as the music rises and their kisses continue. Betty whispering to Rita over and over that she's in love with her.
Betty.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was like, look, I get it. Good for them. I love it. In love?
It's fast.
Yeah.
It's fast. But again, it's one of those things where you're like, come on. And then later you're like, oh.
Yeah.
And I will say, honestly, when you find that context later, this is so tragic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
It is such a sad scene that you don't even realize.
Yeah.
But we fade to the two women lying naked in bed together, holding hands after making it sweet, asleep next to each other. But in the night, Rita whispers, "Silencio," over and over before adding, "No hay banda, no hay orquesta, silencio."
I just wanted to comment on how beautiful that shot of their faces was. I thought it was stunning. But this literally this moment right here, it is a point of no return.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, you just need to buckle in for literally the rest of this film.
Yeah, because my note, as I look, it's like, okay, we finished the day with some good sex and we went to sleep, and then now we're going back to the weird shit.
Yeah. We got a little break.
Yeah.
This is where the film gets incredibly, as people say, Lynchian.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Rita's whispers grow louder as she opens her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling, and her repetition of the word silencio awakens Betty. Betty tries to calm her, telling her that it's okay, but Rita disagrees. She then asks Betty to go with her somewhere. Betty tells her that it's 2 a.m, but Rita just repeats this request, asking Betty to go with her right now. We then find the two women on the streets of Los Angeles hailing a cab. Rita is donning her blonde wig and the dress that she wore from the night of the crash on Mulholland Drive, and Betty is wearing a red shirt similar to the one that Rita wore yesterday.
The wig looks better.
Yeah.
It's styled better in this.
They've had more time with it.
They had more time.
Or maybe this was filmed 18 months later. But as they step into the cab, the camera presses in on them feverishly before giving way to blur and haze, and a rumbling noise overtakes us. So this was, according to Peter Deming, a direct request of David Lynch to dolly the camera, but without a track.
Okay.
And so the camera operator was like, everyone's going to think that I fucked this shot up.
Yeah.
But it's clearly, and it's so intentional, you feel the...
It's unnerving.
Yeah, but it looks, and he was right to do it.
Yeah.
But they continue down the road in the cab, the city lights and passing cars bright through the windows. But finally, in a long shot across an empty parking lot, the color palette a deep blue, the cab stops at their destination. The women step out of the taxi and it speeds away, but the camera glides through the distance, wind whipping debris around the parking lot as the women enter the door to the building right in front of them. Bright blue neon lights above it, reading, "Silencio." Inside, despite the dingy exterior, appears a beautiful vintage theater, Baroque in style, dimly lit, with deep red curtains lining the stage. Betty and Rita walk through the aisle in the balcony, finding their seat amongst other spectators. So I read that this is the Tower Theater in Los Angeles, and I think it was the first theater in LA to have air conditioning.
Oh, damn.
Oh, wow.
And I think that it was the first to premiere films with sound,
Damn.
Okay.
which is very interesting.
Yes.
I think as well that now it's an Apple store.
What?
That's very disappointing.
Yeah.
Sorry to break everyone's heart.
I have no way to spin that to
Yeah.
make it something better.
I think they said it's their flagship or their signature store, and they remodeled it or whatever. But it's like leave
Ew.
Yeah.
the theater, SB.
Yeah.
SB. I'm so pissed off right now. I can't even speak.
Just take care of it.
That's all.
Leave it as
Leave it
be.
as be. And I do want to add as well, Betty and Rita entering the theater. Was anybody else surprised to see other people in the crowd?
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought it's so surreal right now. It's like this is just going to be for them.
Right.
But there's other people that showed up to this.
Well, as it goes on and there's pretty intense reactions as we continue, I was interested to see what the other people would be experiencing, but we don't see that.
No, it kind of fades away and you forget.
Yeah.
But a man suddenly appears on stage in a suit, a stern and mysterious look on his face. This is the magician, played by Richard Green. Just as Betty and Rita take their seats, a low organ is heard, and the magician boisterously announces, "No hay banda. There is no band. Il n'y pas d'orchestre. This is all a tape recording." He suddenly brandishes a cane, which appears out of nowhere. I was like, oh yeah, he's a magician.
Yeah, that's kind of his whole thing.
Yeah.
The least of our worries. But he repeats, "No hay banda." But he adds that somehow they hear a band. He states that if they want to hear a clarinet, they just need to listen. And we suddenly hear a clarinet whining a solo, followed by a muted trombone when he calls for it. He leans into a microphone on the stage, and in French, he shares that he likes the sound of a muted trombone. He tosses his cane into the crowd as Betty holds hands with Rita, and they watch the man nervously. He speaks forcefully in French, then introduces a muted trumpet, and suddenly, a trumpet player, played by Conti Condoli, steps through the curtain performing a solo, only to remove the instrument from his lips and for the sound to continue. The magician reminds us that it's all recorded. The trumpet player mimes a few more notes before exiting the stage, and the magician repeats, "No hay banda. It is all a tape." With a flourish, he waves his hands, and each time a trumpet sounds, and he explains that it is all an illusion. Betty's eyes dart around suspiciously as the magician tells the audience to listen. He raises his hands, and lights begin to flash. The sound of thunder rips through the auditorium, and suddenly, Betty begins to shake violently in her seat, and Rita has to hold her still. The magician crosses his arms, smiles sinisterly, and disappears into a cloud of smoke. As I'm watching this, I'm like, this is what we paid to see, folks.
Yes, we've arrived.
Yes.
We're here.
But the room is suddenly bathed in blue light, the vintage microphone on stage shimmering as the light cascades around the room before returning to normal color. The blue-haired lady, played by Corey Glazer, sits regal in an adjacent balcony, watching as the MC, played by Gino Silva, takes to the stage.
She caught my eye immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Cookie from the hotel.
Yeah. So again, this is what I think is like feeding into this thing about what he's about to introduce. It's his duty to inform.
Okay.
He announces in Spanish, "Ladies and gentlemen, Club Silencio presents the La Llorona of Los Angeles, Rebecca Del Rio." He exits the stage, and Rebecca Del Rio, as herself, in a red dress, ascends it, taking to the microphone. A cappella, she sings Llorando, a Spanish version of Roy Orbison's song, Crying. Her voice fills the auditorium, and Betty and Rita are moved to tears by her performance.
I don't blame them.
No.
I don't know what it is when I see live music. It always makes me want to cry, and I have to like get myself under control. But the way that she's performing this, it gives you chills even just watching it on TV.
The way that
it's a cappella.
Yeah.
it reverberates.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's just like it gets into your bones.
I think
Yeah.
you said it perfectly with it filling the auditorium
Yeah.
because it does.
But after a few minutes, Rebecca stops singing and collapses on stage, yet her voice still rings throughout the auditorium. The MC and some uncredited assistant drag her from the stage, and the music grows eerie around her singing, which still continues over the loudspeaker.
Because he told us at the
Yeah.
beginning.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yes.
It's like, was this part of the bit? Like,
yeah.
damn.
Yeah. What
Yeah.
was
Well,
that?
Yeah.
It's no hay banda.
Let me be very clear about that.
He was the angel was very clear about that.
We're not back to frailty.
I don't know. Well, I saw Missy Kreider earlier. So I want to talk about Rebecca Del Rio's involvement in this film.
Mm-hmm.
It's very interesting because David Lynch met her, and it was at request of a friend of his.
Okay.
And so at their meeting, she assumed that they were only meeting for coffee, but they actually met in David Lynch's studio. And so he asked if she would be interested in recording a song.
Mm-hmm.
She was totally unprepared because she thought it was just a casual meeting.
Wow.
But she does record a song in 4 minutes, and it's Llorando.
Okay.
This one.
Holy shit.
Very nice.
And
she was sitting on ready.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
and since it's a cappella, you don't need any preparation. She just goes in and sings it.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing about it is that David Lynch didn't know that that's what she was going to sing. And he had been wanting to use Roy Orbison's song Crying since he made the film Blue Velvet.
Okay.
He couldn't make it fit there, but then she sings this song and he's like, holy shit,
Yeah.
So it's another one of those weird fucking moments.
Yeah. And the thing is that Del Rio was apparently friends with Roy Orbison's second wife, who actually is the one who translated it into Spanish for Llorando.
Okay.
But the interesting thing about it, as we said, this recording from that day is the one that's used in the film. And Del Rio is miming her performance to her own singing. It does not appear that way.
No.
But that is completely miming her own, and it is her
So
voice.
she's not singing.
She is not singing in this film.
Wow. I mean, he didn't know I banda.
No.
He did say that.
He did say that.
But wow.
And David Lynch, he was like, of course she's the one singing it, but to mime it that good, because every note,
Yes,
you see it and you feel it, and it's like that's an incredible performance.
Oh yeah,
that's amazing.
But Betty reaches her hand over to the seat next to her, finding a small black purse, opening it and retrieving what's inside. A blue box, the same shade as the key that they found in Rita's purse. She looks at Rita, and they know exactly what needs to be done. So I just want to talk about clue number 7 very quickly. What is felt, realized, and gathered at the Club Silencio. And to me, it's artifice.
Mm-hmm.
It's a facade. There's longing and sadness, heartbreak, sorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if you have time, go look at the lyrics to Llorando.
Yeah.
Or Crying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it fits what we're about to discover so perfectly.
Okay.
It's wild. But the women return to Aunt Ruth's apartment, heading straight for the closet in the bedroom and grabbing the hat box from it. Betty sets the hat box onto the bed, but when Rita turns around to open it, Betty has suddenly and mysteriously disappeared. She asks where Betty is in Spanish, walking out into the hall and calling out to her, but she's nowhere to be found. Rita returns to the room and reaches slowly into her purse to retrieve the blue key. She picks up the box, noticing a small triangular lock on the side facing her. She slowly inserts the key into the lock, and it's a perfect fit. She turns it, and after a moment of hesitation, opens the box. We peer inside of it, the camera pushing into the blackness within, but the box suddenly drops to the floor, and when the camera rises from it, we find that the room is empty.
This made my stomach sink. I don't know why, but us kind of going into it, I was just fully not prepared.
Mm-hmm.
And then Betty just disappearing.
Yeah.
I was scared.
So is this like another puzzle box situation, or?
This one was a little harder to open.
But yes. I think that, again, the visual of Rita disappearing after the key and the box is opened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Again, it's just like everything is so expertly crafted to mean what we're working towards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But suddenly, in the doorway, appears Aunt Ruth. She looks into the room, and we see that it's completely empty, including the box, which no longer appears on the floor.
So I thought this was interesting that Aunt Ruth is here again.
Very.
Like what? Like what happened now?
It's, we'll talk.
Yeah.
I hate that I keep saying that, but there's so much that...
Well, you gotta
we have to
wait.
It's got to be unveiled. But when Ruth leaves, visions of apartment 17 pulse over the view of her bedroom, and we see the body of Diane Selwyn curled up in bed facing away from us. The cowboy suddenly leans into the doorway of Diane's room, telling her, "Hey, pretty girl, time to wake up." We fade to black. One.
Yeah. We've seen him once.
Yes.
So maybe we're okay. Maybe we did good.
Please, 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 please. But when we return, there's a knock on the door of apartment 17, and Diane Selwyn, played by Naomi Watts, stirs awake in her bed. She rises from her magenta sheets, putting on a robe as the knocking continues incessantly.
So this felt weird for me, and I was like, this feels wrong, but it feels right.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, this is really weird, but this, like, I don't know what timeline this is, but I feel like this is what I'm supposed to be paying attention to right now.
I felt very unsettled.
Yeah.
And the first time I watched it, I was just so confused because it's a colliding of worlds, it feels like.
Yeah.
But in my theory, it's really not.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Diane shuffles through her living room, still containing boxes from the apartment swap. And when she opens the door, she's greeted by the woman from apartment 12, who asks her where she's been. Diane just asks her what she wants, and the woman asks for her lamp and dishes. She reminds Diane that it's been 3 weeks, and Diane directs her to the box filled with her dishes. The woman walks inside and grabs it, but before she leaves, she notices an ashtray belonging to her on the coffee table. Diane tells her to take it, and she does, and the camera presses in on an item just above the ashtray. A blue key, but a plain one, nowhere near as ornate as the one we've seen before. Diane very curtly says to the woman, "Any time," and the woman understands it as her cue to leave. But before she does, she tells Diane that those 2 detectives came by again looking for her. Diane closes the door behind the woman, pensive for a moment, before she walks over to her kitchen sink, peering out the window.
So at this point, the other shoe has dropped.
Mm-hmm.
I'm confused. I'm irritable. No, I'm just kidding. I have no idea what's going on. So I'm like, 2 detectives have come by. Was that Betty and Rita? My head was spinning.
Right.
Also, this was very awkward and rude. The fact that these 2 people are switching apartments was weird to me anyway. But if you look at it not under the because I was like, why is her shit still over there if y'all, that's weird.
3 weeks.
Yeah. But if you look at it under the context of maybe we are not 2 people that lived in separate apartments and we're switching, maybe we lived in this apartment together and now I'm leaving. That made a light bulb go off over my head because if you watch this scene in that context, it makes a lot more sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
All right.
But we'll talk more later.
But after collecting herself, she turns to her left, and joy and relief overtake her as she breathes through a wistful smile. "Camila, you've come back." And we see her, Camila Rhodes, played by Laura Herring, with vibrant red lipstick and wearing a red dress as if she's dressed for a party or a premiere.
She looks amazing.
Yeah.
But I was like, so is this like Desperation and the Regulators where we're all just like have different names, like a different name in a different context? Because seeing her and she's being called that, and this is that name of the actress that was being forced into this role. I'm just like, I was so confused.
I think this feeling continues because it more just continues to unravel.
Yeah.
And unfold.
And it does become more clear.
Yeah, but
at
right
this
now,
moment, you're so like disoriented.
Yeah.
I was grasping at straws. I was flailing. I was very confused.
Well, because the whole mystery is trying to figure out her name.
Yeah.
Right.
And then we see not only does she know her name, but there's apparently a clear history here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a name that we know.
Yeah.
Right.
But
not
the face.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we know the face.
Right, but
it's
not
different.
with that name.
One, yeah.
It's the Regulators.
But Camila smiles at Diane, and tears fill her eyes as she suddenly begins to shudder. And we realize that Diane is all alone in her apartment. In her grim and dark kitchen, Diane makes herself a pot of coffee, the camera finding her in a wide shot, silent and alone. She pours a cup, and we follow her to the couch in her robe. and the cup is the same cup from Winky's Diner.
Yes.
Yeah.
But suddenly, Diane peers over the couch and we see Camila lying there, topless, only wearing her skirt and a smile. Diane climbs over the couch too, only wearing a pair of shorts, and the score grows a bit sultry as Diane sets her drink on the coffee table. No longer a cup of coffee, but a glass of liquor and ice, which the camera presses in on. Diane climbs on top of Camila, and after giving her a soft kiss and caressing her, she asks, "What was it you were saying, beautiful?" Camila repeats herself, telling Diane, "You drive me wild." The two continue to kiss, but suddenly, Camila tells Diane that they shouldn't do this anymore. The mood sours and Diane grows stern, scowling for Camila to never say that. Diane attempts to continue kissing her, but Camila pushes Diane away, scolding her that she's tried to tell her this before.
Well, the "you drive me wild" thing.
Yeah.
She's playing both sides.
That was 5 seconds ago.
Get off of me. It's like, okay.
But fury fills Diane's eyes as she pushes Camila's hand away and asks her, "It's him, isn't it?" So this is the exact opposite of what Betty experienced.
Yeah.
And so I thought, again, the parallel.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But we cut to the set of the Sylvia North story, Diane watching from afar in wardrobe as Adam Kesher, the director, takes it upon himself to show Camila's co-star how to perform a scene. Adam climbs into the driver's seat of a vehicle, sat next to Camila. He tells her co-star to not be so rigid in his performance, to just relax. He puts his arm around Camila as Diane watches, telling the co-star that the two of them are alone and it's really comfortable, like they've known each other for forever. The clatter of the crew becomes too much, and Adam asks Hank to clear the set so they can focus. Hank does as told, and just as Diane begins to walk away dejected, Camila asks if Diane can stay. Adam allows this and continues his instruction. He tells the co-star that when Camila starts to cry, to just let her fall into him, and Adam guides Camila's head to rest on his shoulder. And he then adds that when he kisses her, it's the continuation of that move without a break. He lifts Camila's chin for her to kiss him, and their lips meet sweetly 3 times. And for Diane, it might as well have been 3,000. Tears fill her eyes as she watches the two of them together, Adam asking for the crew to kill the lights, and the room dips to darkness with Adam and Camila continuing to kiss.
What a hands-on director.
All right.
I thought it was really shitty for her to tell Diane to hang back.
Yeah.
You want me to witness this? You want me to, like, that's fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I will say, there's your answer to clue number 8.
Yeah.
Camila was a talent alone? Clearly not.
Yeah.
But later, at apartment 17, Camila stands in the doorway in her red dress, apologizing to Diane, who's trying like hell to close the door on her. Camila asks Diane not to be like this, and Diane scoffs that Camila wants her to make this easy for her, but she shouts, "No fucking way, it's not going to be." She screams that it's not easy for her, and against Camila's protests, Diane slams the door. The camera glides to find her sobbing on the couch, echoes of the music from the set playing in her mind, and visions of a stone wall. But as the camera dips down, we see that Diane is vigorously pleasuring herself.
Sometimes it's the only medicine.
All right.
I mean, she is flicking the bean and making a scene.
Jesus
She's going
Christ,
fucking.
dude.
She's going ham.
She's going through
Yeah.
it.
I'm disappointed in the both of you.
Should probably check her email after.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's your inbox is full. But she continues roughly until she hears the ringing of a telephone. The camera finds the ringing phone, which sits on a nightstand next to a red lamp and an ashtray. More clues.
Mm-hmm.
Diane enters the room, now wearing a dress, hearing her answering machine pick it up. And upon hearing Camila's voice on the other end, she picks up the phone. She tells Diane that the car is waiting, but Diane stands seething on the other end. Camila asks her if she's okay and if she's coming or not. Diane says that she is, and Camila shares that it means so much to her and tells her that the car is just outside of her house and that it's been waiting.
This is when I'm finally like, oh, so this is the cover.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was like, Betty's hair does not look like that.
Yeah.
But Diane's does.
Yeah.
Camila gives the address, 6980 Mulholland Drive. The camera presses in on Diane, the red light of the lamp cast against her face, and she repeats, Mulholland Drive, before hanging up the phone. We fade to the shot that we saw at the beginning of the film, headlights piercing through the night to shine over the road sign for Mulholland Drive. We watch the opening play out exactly as it did before, the limousine driving through the night, only this time it's Diane who's sitting in the back seat. The limo driver stops in the middle of the road, which inspires fear and concern from Diane, who asks the driver what he's doing, telling him that they don't stop here. The driver reaches his hand through the partition, but he just rests it comfortably against the back of the passenger seat, answering Diane that it's a surprise. Diane opens her door, and through the trees walks Camila, dressed beautifully for the evening, and when she reaches the door, she leans in, inviting Diane to join her on a secret path, a shortcut. You recall this is the exact scene of the accident.
I was going to say.
A terrible event.
Yeah, a crash, honestly.
Yes.
In both instances.
The two women walk uphill, hand in hand through the trees, and once they reach the top, the serene strings of the score give way to relaxing jazz music, and Diane sees that they've arrived at Adam Kesher's mansion, poolside, the middle of a party. Adam greets them, and Diane doesn't hide her scowl, especially when Adam offers them drinks and toasts to love as he clinks Camila's glass.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Where did you bring me?
Yes, and why?
Yeah.
Diane offers the same toast to Camila, but Camila returns it with a little less zeal this second time. But out of the house walks Coco, who announces loudly, "There she is!" at the sight of Camila, but the mood grows awkward when she notices that Diane is there too. After a moment, Adam cuts through the tension, telling Diane, "I don't believe you've met my mother." Diane introduces herself, and Coco tells Diane to just call her Coco, because everyone does. Coco suggests that they have dinner together because she's starving, and Diane apologizes for being late. No one pays this any mind, however, and they all just head inside together for dinner. At the table, as dinner is being served, Diane shares with Coco why she came to Hollywood. She says that she's originally from Ontario, and she's always wanted to come here. She won a jitterbug contest, which led to acting, or at least wanting to act. Diane explains that when her aunt died, she was given an inheritance, and her aunt had actually worked in Hollywood before. Coco asks condescendingly, "In the movies?" And as Diane confirms this, we watch Camila seated next to Adam sharing his cigarette. When asked how she met Camila, Diane says that it was on the Sylvia North Story. The man seated next to Diane, Wilkins, played by Scott Coffey, comments that Camila was great in that. If you remember, Wilkins was also the same name of the guy who owned the dog who took a shit in the courtyard.
Oh, okay.
Diane agrees that Camila was great in that, but she admits that she wanted the lead so badly, but Camila got the part. Meanwhile, Camila and Adam are speaking Spanish together and cuddling up quite closely at the table. Diane says that the director of the Sylvia North Story, Bob Brooker, didn't think much of her audition, but that's when she and Camila became friends. Diane says that Camila helped her get parts in some of her films, and Coco pats Diane's hand, understanding and sympathetic.
I was like, not the sympathy pat.
Yeah.
This is like, this night is just getting worse and worse.
But I will say, Coco, in all versions of Coco, is very sweet.
She is,
Yeah.
yes.
And so it kind of explains.
Well, Coco
Right.
typically is sweet.
Yep. Marshmallows.
Yes. Whipped cream.
Mm-hmm. But the view of the table goes hazy before returning to Diane picking up a cup of espresso to take a sip. Adam, across the table, details his divorce proceedings, explaining that he got the pool and she got the pool man.
Billy Ray.
Yeah.
He and Camila share a laugh at this, Adam admitting his disbelief and claiming that he wanted to buy the judge a Rolls Royce. Diane, full of disdain, glances across the table over to Luigi Castigliani, who sits at the other end. So, the espresso? A bad taste in her mouth?
Yeah.
And we're merging.
Yeah.
But Adam rejoices that sometimes good things happen. But Diane glares as the woman who we once saw as Camila Rhodes, played by Melissa George, approaches the real Camila, whispering into her ear and then kissing her very sweetly on the lips and lingering a little while.
I'm throwing a drink Real Housewife style. You brought me here to play in my fucking face for what?
Yeah.
And now I'm over here talking to this dude's mom?
Yeah.
Like, why the fuck am I here? This scene pissed me off.
I was very confused. I was just like, what the fuck? What is all this? What?
It feels just cruel.
Yes.
Yeah.
On the part of Camila.
Mm-hmm.
And when you see this actress, whoever she is, that's now played by Melissa George,
Right.
you're like, are you Dianing her too?
Oh,
You know?
okay.
You know?
Yeah.
But Diane watches, simmering with rage, as that woman walks away and exits the dining room on the left. But after she does, walking the same hall, but left to right, Diane sees the cowboy walk past.
Fuck.
Yeah.
That's twice.
Yeah.
We thought...
We did bad.
Her eyes filling with tears, Diane attempts to meet Camila's gaze, but they only share a fleeting one before Camila returns her loving look to Adam. A tear breaks free from Diane's eye as Adam clinks his glass with his cutlery, announcing that they've saved the best for last. He coyly whispers to Camila, asking if she wants to tell them, but she gives him the honors, which leads to a surprising eye roll from Coco. Adam announces that he and Camila are going to be, but they can barely contain their laughter, and they share a kiss instead of their news.
I couldn't be witness to this.
No.
It's cruel is just the perfect word.
A dish clatters to the floor, and we match cut to Diane sitting across from Joe, the hitman at Winky's Diner.
The heterochromia is gone.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know what that
Yeah.
means. But both of his eyes are blue.
Got a contact lens.
Ah!
Diane watches as a broken dish is collected into a dishpan on the floor. She appears incredibly irritated by it, but their server, who looks identical to the server we met previously in the film, apologizes for the commotion and refills their coffee. Diane glances at the server's name tag to see that it reads Betty. So, very interesting, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that maybe Diane does feel as if her chance in Hollywood is fleeting and gone. She looks at this server named Betty, and she sees the possibilities.
Yeah, I don't know if I can share what I think.
Yeah.
But Joe declines his refill, but watches as the server walks away. Diane pulls a headshot of Camila Rhodes from her bag, putting it on the table in front of Joe and telling him, "This is the girl." I just wrote, I said, I love this fucking movie.
Yes, dude.
It's so
because
good.
it's all of these themes, these lines, these complex kind of interactions that we've been watching for fucking like 2 hours at this point, but we're shining a light on it and you're saying the same exact thing, but now it's like, oh my God. Like we haven't heard it 12 times already.
Yeah.
Joe snags the photo, but scolds Diane for showing it to him here. Diane scoffs that it's just an actress's photo resume and that everyone has one. But Joe is down to business, asking her if she has the money. Diane nods, unzipping her bag underneath the table, a very familiar black purse. And Joe leans over to see a wad of $100 bills peeking out of the bag. Joe reminds her that once she hands him the money, it's a done deal. He asks her if she's sure, and without hesitation, Diane replies, "More than anything in this world." Joe leans back, retrieving a key ring from his shirt pocket.
Okay.
Oh, fuck!
He shows her a blue key on the key ring, telling her that when it's finished, she'll find this key where he told her she would. Diane glances over at the counter of the diner and finds Dan standing there in front of the cash register where Dan saw Herb standing in his nightmares. The two make eye contact, but Diane returns her attention to Joe, asking him what the blue key opens. But Joe just answers this question with laughter, and we fade into a POV shot at night, the brick wall behind Winky's diner, a red light flashing, illuminating the wall in all its graffiti as we glide past the angle that struck fear into the heart of Dan and into the alley. There, we find the man from Dan's nightmares seated next to a grocery cart, turning something in his hands. As a red light beams behind him, we see it's the blue box from Club Silencio. He places the box into a crumpled paper bag, dropping it to the floor like a piece of refuse. Hysterical laughter is heard as we press into the bag, and miniature versions of Irene and her companion zip out of the bag in jittery movements.
All right.
Yes.
I love this film.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it is brilliant. I think it is a masterpiece. I'll be completely honest.
Agreed.
This is the one visual that I was like, this is not it for me. I did not like these little tiny Irene and companion. I did not like this at all.
You didn't like the 23 skidoo?
I did.
You didn't like it?
Not at all.
Yeah, I didn't
No,
either.
not even a little bit, honestly.
It's a good movie. But yeah, this for me was also a very, like, I don't know what happened. Like, you were doing something that was really cool, and though I was confused and kind of like whatever, it's like, all right, I get what's going on. And then, like y'all said, the more it gets towards the end, you know what I mean? It's like, oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
But this really was a stop. Like, hold on. It's like I hit play back on the right movie, right?
I feel like in what we see next, you might have been able to just continue on without it at all.
Yeah.
I guess there's a need for it in a second, but at the same time, there's not a need for it.
Yeah.
I would argue that there's not. I think it's the combination of how small they are and the way that they're moving.
Yeah.
And the
sound.
noises.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The noises.
They're like the little ashes from
Yes. Yeah.
Army
literally.
of Darkness.
And I'm sure someone is fuming because this represents da-da-da or whatever. But I'm going to be completely Oprah honest.
Mm-hmm.
I did not delight.
Yeah.
I will say this does not fit into my theory at all. At all. And we are about to share our theories in just a moment.
Yes.
But we cut to a blue key resting on the edge of Diane's coffee table in apartment 17. We pan from it to her cup of coffee, then to Diane, sitting forlorn on the couch as she stares at the key in her robe. She can't take her eyes off the key, but is startled by a pounding knock on the door, as well as the miniature Irene and her companion, who have climbed underneath the door and into her apartment.
It's the climbing for me.
Yeah.
It's too much.
They had to blue screen that, man.
Yeah.
That's interesting. But their high-pitched laughter echoes as light flashes around Diane, like the lightning at Club Silencio. Diane reaches her feet, and when she does, Irene and her companion, now regular-sized, torment her through the hallway as lightning flashes and she screams wildly. They reach their hands out to her until she cowers into her bedroom and onto her bed. In the frenzy, Diane's hand reaches frantically for a drawer on her nightstand, where she finds and wraps her hands around a pistol. She forces the gun into her screaming mouth and pulls the trigger. And just as she does, smoke and lightning surround her bed, obscuring our view of her in a cloud of fog. We peer through it to find the Nightmare Man from behind Winky's, staring at us as a fire rages behind him. The music grows somber and mournful as this gives way to the city lights of Hollywood at night, interlaced with flashing bulbs of camera lights capturing Diane, or perhaps Betty, beaming a bright smile while standing next to a joyous Camila, or perhaps Rita, who wears a blonde wig and shares with Diane in this moment of unbridled happiness. But their joy gives way to the lonely stage of Club Silencio, bathed in blue light, rippling like ocean waves, before everything becomes clear and in full color. The blue-haired woman sits in her balcony with her hands clasped together. She stares off at the empty stage, and with finality, she whispers, "Silencio." We fade to black, and the credits roll. So, what did you guys think of Mulholland Drive?
What a wild and confusing movie. This was pretty crazy. Again, like I said, it's not a bad movie. There's just a lot to take in and have to pay attention and unpack later. I guess we can just kind of give our theories here when we're kind of giving a rundown as well.
Sure.
That works.
So for me, when we got to the end, I was like, oh shit, you know what I mean? Like, oh damn. But I feel like a lot of, because I know we all did research and watched videos and read articles and interviews and whatever. But us discussing it, what I kind of started to think of was, this isn't more of her imagining it so much as it is she is dreaming this, but it's everyday occurrences. We're seeing what she did that day, but in her dreams are like what's happening throughout this is playing. That's why the people that she remembers or that caught her attention, why they are so there into her dreams. I remember that guy, but I don't know his name, but this is his name now. And it a lot of it is like with Adam. Yeah, they took the movie from him, and then she was hoping he had a shitty day and this and that, and he did. And then later on, we're sitting there and we're like, man, this dude's having a bad day or whatever. And then he is, like, when he goes to the hotel and they're like, look, they already know you're here. There's this and that. That's her paranoia. And then we keep hearing about everything is two men. Yeah, it's the two detectives. And that's what you're remembering from seeing out in the window. That's why every time it's something else, it's two men. It's the two detectives again with the bank. Oh, it's two men. No, it's just the bank. You got a phone call telling you that your credit cards and all your stuff is done. You don't have no more money. Okay, that happened that day. Now this is ingrained in your head for your dream. This is what's happening in your dream as this plays out. I think that the lady, the roommate that we met before, that was, what was she in 12?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I feel like that might have been her partner. And then she had an affair with Camilla, and that's why they split up. And she's like, look, I've got to get this part. I got to whatever. I'm supposed to do this. And then when shit went raw or it just went sideways, this is what happened. It was like, she was like, no, you fucked me over, whatever. She sent the hitman to get her, and then she couldn't deal with the guilt. She just couldn't deal with it anymore. And all of those dreams were her trying to fix and make right what she was playing through. But we were also seeing her day by day in these dreams, but with people that she remembers or knows. So then again, I don't even know what to think about the Irene and her buddy. I don't know what was going on there.
I have an idea minus the miniature thing.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I got nothing for the miniatures.
The club, that again, it being pre-recorded, to me it was kind of like I don't want to say predetermined, but it was kind of like, hey, look, this isn't real. You know what I mean? This not that this will pass, but like, look, you don't need to, you know what I mean? You don't need to do this. This isn't, that was her, I feel like, struggling with making the decision of what she does. And when she's there shaking, she is, Camilla isn't. So I feel like that was her, like, no, like I have to do this. You know what I mean? Her struggling within herself. And that, when it finally does happen, and again, she's at the club, or the box. When we go in the box and then they disappear, I feel like that's when it happened. That's reality, and that's when it happened. And the reason we've seen Aunt Ruth again is because, like you said, T, there's a lot of repetition, and we see that throughout the movie. If she is dead, then she's also, again, this is a pre-recording. We're stuck in this world. We are just pre-recorded here. Yeah, we were here. But now I'm going to keep playing over in the same spot. Like a ghost, oh, you're just haunting that area because that's where you passed away or whatever. You're just a recording, kind of. This is all, you're already there. So that's what I kind of took out of it. And then like I said, that was for the box. And then Irene and her buddy, and then the creature or the woman sitting back there. I don't know. That too. I'm still kind of holding the box. I feel. I mean, maybe that's death. Maybe it's I don't know. But again, there's just so much there. It's hard to pinpoint one single thing, because then when something else happens, I'm like, well, maybe that's wrong. You know what I mean? Maybe it's this, but that doesn't fit. And then it's hard to just stick to one. But this was one I felt, I don't want to say confident, but kind of made a little more sense to me.
Right on. I think that's very interesting.
Okay.
I'm intrigued to learn yours as well.
Yeah. That is very interesting, because there are a couple aspects of that I didn't connect at all.
Okay.
And again, there is no right, there is no wrong, even according to David Lynch. Okay, so I put my detective hat on. I may have dug a little too deep, because that is something that I enjoy doing. And this movie, it's such fertile ground that even as much time as I've spent with it, I'm like, I still kind of feel like I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But I think starting with, I'll just say flat out, I don't think that when we see her crawling into bed, it's her laying down. And because I know that a lot of people interpret the first portion of this movie as a dream. I think that this is when she is dying.
Okay.
I think that it's symbolic of her falling back onto her pillow when she is dying.
Okay.
And I think that what we see in this first bit is her almost self-soothing and retelling everything that happened in a way that lives up to her fantasy and lives up to the hopes and dreams that she had. I think that Irene and her friend were the judges at the jitterbug contest. I think that that's why we see them when she's happy and she's winning at the beginning, and then in her dream they're accompanying her to Hollywood on that plane because they picked her and they're the reason that she's gone to Hollywood.
Okay.
I think that, I'll be completely honest here, I usually take very meticulous and organized notes. A bitch was jotting shit down as it came to me, because new light bulbs were going off as you were going through the summary.
Yeah.
So I'm a little disjointed here if I have to double back and it's confusing. The movie doubles back, so you'll be okay.
Wow, attacking our audience.
No, I was talking to you and John Paul. I think that, like you had said at the beginning, this was a love letter to Hollywood and an indictment of Hollywood. I read it much more as an indictment of the whole system. I think that Mr. Roque and this weird syndicate thing is her kind of retelling of this rigged, this is the girl moments.
Okay.
I think that, like she said at the dinner party, with that director not being very impressed by her, when we retell it in her fantasy or her dying moments or whatever, she fucking kills it.
Yeah.
And when she leaves the room, everybody's like, oh my God, fucking Betty's amazing. And then these people are like, oh no, we're going to steal her away. It's not Betty. It's not a lack of talent. It's this rigged system. She was never going to win.
Yeah.
I believe that in reality, that was her partner. I completely agree with you. I think that she was having an affair with Camila. I think that Camila did what she had to do to get to where she wanted to be. and Diane was not an adequate plaything anymore. She's marrying this dude, maybe having her shit on the side, which is the blonde Camila that we saw in the fantasy.
Yeah.
But I think that she was extremely cruel to Diane. I think that this relationship ended, and it was not what she thought was happening with Camila was not happening to Camila at all. And I think that that's very indicative of this crash site in the fantasy, is where everything came crashing down around Diane.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering when she's putting out this hit, and again, I totally agree with you that like hilarious ass scene with Joe is like her coping. Maybe he's inept. Maybe it didn't happen, you know? I'm like, where did she get a bag full of money to pay him? Because it kind of seems like Camila is kind of tossing her these parts to kind of string her along. It doesn't seem like she's done anything very big. I think that Diane was a server at Winky's, and I think that she dabbled in sex work. I don't think that it's a coincidence that the sex worker that Joe is talking to has short blonde hair.
Yeah.
I think that this is all her brain firing off and taking these parts of her that maybe she doesn't like and is pushing it onto somebody else. Now it's a server named Diane. I'm not Diane. I'm Betty. You know? I think maybe the apartment symbolizes the afterlife. And that's why when we Betty disappears and we go into the box, Ruth is there. I think that the box symbolizes truth. And I think that truth in this context is death.
Mm-hmm.
I think that this was Diane leaving.
Okay.
And I also think that erasing Rita, I'm using air quotes, erasing her memory is just this like clean slate for her to make Camila who she wanted her to be.
Yeah.
Because Camila seems like a very cruel person. But I do think that she put the hit out on her. I do think that it was completed. And I think that that's what the blue key signified. And so this like ornate version of this blue key unlocks the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's where it all kind of ends. I think that it's such a, I think I've said, I think 8,000 times. Don't take a shot every time I say that.
Please don't.
This film, it feels like, is, like I said, an indictment. You see the glitz and the glamour. You see the clean diner, but you don't see the man behind it. You see this beautiful courtyard of this apartment building, but there's dog shit in it. You know what I mean? It's this duality that is kind of swept under the rug. And I think that that's what Club Silencio means.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Diane dies, and we're immediately, our view of this is obscured by a thick fog. No, it didn't. Like, it's fine. This is Hollywood. Like, Hollywood's amazing. Then we see we see the unhoused person behind Winky's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I think that is what this person symbolizes, is that underbelly of this industry that nobody wants to talk about. And then the cherry on top is that moment of shh, like, no, shh, be quiet, silencio. It didn't happen. Look at how happy she was when she won the contest. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that there's commentary about Rita donning the blonde wig and kind of, because you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like erasure maybe. I don't know. I'm kind of all over the place and I'm rambling a little bit, but I just, that's my theory. I think that I never interpret it. Well, not never, but watching it, I didn't interpret it as a dream. I thought as soon as you see her with the gun, that's what this is. This is her brain struggling to cope with what she has done, what she has seen, what she has become, her guilt. It's just trying to kind of fulfill this dream and fantasy that she has always had of, I'm going to be a star. And that's why it is so over the top, you know? It's sad as fuck. Like, it's really fucking sad. But I'll just stop there. That's what I think.
I feel like I agree with a lot of what both of you said. I think that my theory kind of comes in where things begin and where things end.
Okay.
Because I think that what we're seeing, of course, for me, the film starts when Diane's Aunt Ruth dies.
Okay.
And she goes to Hollywood to try. And when she gets there, all of these things do happen. She does get this audition for the Sylvia North story. She meets Camila at the audition. She doesn't get the part, but she thinks she killed it, and she doesn't know why.
Mm-hmm.
And so that'll come up in a minute.
Yeah.
But this whole thing with Camila takes place. They fall in love. Camila is trying to forward her career, so she starts sleeping with Adam, the director.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that she did love Diane?
I think she may have at the start, but I think that because there's no reason for her and Diane to be together unless she loves her, because Diane can't do anything for her.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay.
And there's no need to give her these parts if you don't feel something for her.
That's true.
Yeah.
You know, and so I think that she is trying to help her in her own way, but she's also very cruel and very selfish.
Yeah.
And so these things come to a head. Eventually, we see what happens with the party at Adam's house. The scene of the crash, as we've said, it is the scene of basically the end for Diane.
Yeah.
When she realizes this is it, this is over, and I have to do something about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's when she meets Joe at Winky's, and she gets him to perform this hit on Camila.
Mm-hmm.
And Dan sees this at the cash register, and she wonders, does Dan know what I just did?
Mm-hmm.
Does Dan know the darkness that just took place at Winky's Diner?
Okay.
And so she is waiting to receive this key.
Mm-hmm.
She gets this key. And that's the other reason I think that the Nightmare Man at the back of the diner has the box. Because the box is the truth, and this truth is dark.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it took place at Winky's Diner.
It did.
Yeah.
Not a sponsor.
Not a sponsor. I don't know. But I think that Diane receives this key that the hit has taken place.
Uh-huh.
And then she goes to sleep
Okay.
that night. Because when she wakes up in the morning, the key's already on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She's already gotten it.
Yeah.
And so when she goes to sleep that night is when she starts to fantasize, and it kind of has this guilt-fueled hallucination almost.
Yeah.
Right.
And everything comes together in a way that she wishes made more sense and was better for her.
Mm-hmm.
She does arrive in Hollywood. She is this pie-in-the-sky optimist.
Mm-hmm.
And she does meet Camila as Rita, but Rita isn't Camila. She's docile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She can be controlled and contained. And I think that Irene and her companion, for me, I thought they might represent Diane's parents.
Okay.
Because we never hear about them. We only hear about Aunt Ruth.
Right.
And maybe in Diane's wish, her parents were supportive of her.
Oh, that's really
Yeah.
sad.
And they did support her going to Hollywood and following her dreams.
Okay.
And so them at the end that we see them, that's them gloating because they were
Oof.
right.
Oh, all right.
She
all right.
did fail.
Yeah, yeah.
Nate looks really upset.
That's
Yeah,
terrible. I forgot to say in mine, it was her hopes and dreams kind of blowing up in her face.
Mm.
See,
That's how I interpret it as.
That's kind of what I was leaning towards, but it's like that's still they're just so weird. The noises
they
they're
are.
making.
I don't like
Yeah.
that. I'm talking about them
Yeah.
chasing her down the hall.
I have no theory of that.
That's really sad.
But I do think that Dan's nightmares, I think that the man at Winky's is the personification of her guilt
Okay.
and what she did at Winky's Diner.
Okay.
I think that Club Silencio, I agree 100% that it is this place of truth. It is the place where they're telling her, this is all an illusion.
Yep.
Yeah.
You have created a fantasy here. No hay banda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the reason that she's shaking is because she's waking up.
Oh, damn. And that's why she disappears.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Wow.
And I think that the phone call on her desk or the nightstand, because for her, there has to be some grand conspiracy going on behind the scenes that Camila, who is not as talented as me,
Yeah.
got this part and I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And so also Adam having such a shitty life, that's what she wants for Adam.
Oh, yeah. That's payback.
No, yeah.
And then she took that nugget of she got the pool boy and she's like, all right, motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast Billy Ray Cyrus. But I think that she is creating her own movie in her head,
Right.
and she's casting herself in the role of Betty. And I do think that when she sees the waitress at Winky's Diner, she sees what could have been. She sees this girl who just got to Hollywood maybe and is working these small parts on the side, has hopes and dreams still.
Okay.
And she sees all of that in Betty in that moment. And it kind of connects in her head, and she continues on through that. I think that the cowboy at the party, I think that was just a weird thing that she saw. And it clicked in her head, and she's like, because even in the dream, in the fantasy,
the
cowboy, we don't know.
Right.
And she's like, well, maybe he's connected to the thing because he is at this big Hollywood party. You know? And I think that... I think what I'm still trying to figure out is the appearance of Camila, the blonde Camila, from the fantasy. Why is it the actress that kisses the real Camila at the party? I don't know. I'm very confused about that. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
About in real life or in the Camila being...
I'm wondering why Melissa George is playing Camila in Diane's fantasy.
I think that she kind of took all these qualities about Camila, and did she get it based on talent? No. I think that that's the representation of that, and what's left is Rita.
Is it because she sees what Melissa George is doing by kissing Camila and maybe trying to work her way up the same way that the real Camila did?
Maybe.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
I just thought in her fantasy or her dream or however you interpret it, that was the symbolism of what Camila is doing.
Okay.
And it's like, the woman that I love is not doing this. It's that woman. That woman is getting unfair advantages and da-da-da, whatever.
Yeah. I took it as kind of that was like her looking at it like that's what I would be if I chose that route. If I just did what she's doing, then that's not who I want to be, though. Because she is dolled up, but you're doing stuff that you're not comfortable, or she's doing stuff that you're not comfortable with doing, or you don't want to, you know what I mean? You want to get by on your talent. You're not just trying to sleep your way into a role.
I think that the phone is just ringing on her nightstand while she is sleeping, and it is kind of almost waking her out of this fantasy.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so real detectives are hounding her, right? Because
Yes.
she put a fucking hit out on this rising star.
And I think that they disappear because they have to. Because we don't see Robert Forster and Dude anymore.
No.
Yeah.
We see these two nameless random people that seem to be following her around everywhere.
Yeah.
But they're not the men that can actually solve the crime.
Right.
And I think that Aunt Ruth, as we said, we learn that she is dead. But I think that is kind of... the apartment at Havenhurst is maybe Diane deeply inside wishing that she was dead too.
Okay.
And so she's going to live where Aunt Ruth is.
Yeah.
And so I think that it's kind of playing into that. But I do think that when she wakes up is when she wakes up.
Okay.
And that's when she talks to the neighbor. That's when she sees the key and she remembers all of this did happen.
Okay.
And there's still some lingering moments of this fantasy, like seeing Camila in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then we obviously at that point flash back to the events that kind of explain everything. And I think the Castiglione thing is really cool because that's her just making that connection in the moment.
Yeah.
This man, this espresso, bad taste in my mouth.
Boom. Yeah.
And now we got a really funny scene.
Yeah.
That really screws Adam over.
Yeah. But and then I think it just plays out as it does and we see. And then towards the end and you see the puff of smoke. You see that Diane is dead, and we return to Club Silencio, and that's basically, yes, what you had said, where she is saying Silencio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it could also be because she's saying, that's the truth. This is the truth.
Yeah.
And this is what really happened.
Okay.
And so, I mean, I'm sure we all went through so much, and I guarantee there's stuff that we left out.
Oh,
yeah.
so much.
Stuff that is just, I mean, how do you explain everything? And also, I will say that Gene, him saying, pretend you didn't see this, it's better that way. That's him talking to Diane.
Yeah.
Just pretend, but it's too late.
Yeah.
And so, the movie is so layered and so incredible. There are so many possible interpretations of it.
Right.
I did my best, and I did not look at any theories online at all.
Right.
Because I really wanted to try to come up with my own theory.
Mm-hmm.
And I guarantee that my theory is probably said a million times.
I think everything.
Yeah.
But I guess that can lead us into ratings.
Mm-hmm.
I love this film so much. I think that it rewards you on multiple watches.
Mm-hmm.
You start to pick up things that maybe you didn't see before, or theorize things that didn't click the first or second or third time.
Right.
I love a film that you can return to not only through enjoyment, but for a reason, and find something new in it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the commentary is very interesting. I think that when I say a love letter to Hollywood through David Lynch, I think it's through his use of locations.
Okay.
Because they are using a lot of landmarks,
Mm-hmm.
but the message of the film, 100% agree.
Yeah.
This is an indictment.
Yeah.
This is not put a bow on it kind of a story.
Yeah.
This is the seedy underbelly of Hollywood and this corrupt, disgusting system.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I do think that he did kind of cast himself as Adam in that boardroom.
Yeah.
But I love the performances so much. I really think that Naomi Watts brings so much to this role. Playing the dual part is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And seeing the world through the eyes of this optimist and seeing the world through the eyes of this bleak realist who lived it and sees what is left afterward. I think that the cinematography is brilliant. Angelo Badalamenti's score is fantastic. The casting is interesting, and yet it's perfect.
Yeah.
That cowboy who had never had a performance before, that was brilliant. I loved it so much. I think that I really can't say anything negative about it. I love how everything falls into place and everything gets recontextualized, and you start to see the real story of what happened here.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say I'm just so thankful to everyone who voted this in on the poll on Patreon, because getting to really look into this film and dissect it and try to pick it apart and understand it was an incredibly fascinating experience. And I do think that it has become possibly one of my favorite films of all time through doing this. And I just, again, can't thank everyone enough. But I just applaud David Lynch for creating something so interesting, so unique, so surreal. I just love the atmosphere of it. Going to Club Silencio is amazing. Just experiencing that theater, experiencing everything that this film has to offer.
Yeah.
But I'll stop. For me, out of 10 surreal non sequiturs, I am going to give Mulholland Drive 10 surreal non sequiturs out of 10. Look, I don't get the tiny versions of Irene and her companion either. But maybe someone has an amazing theory that I haven't thought of.
Yeah.
And maybe it does make perfect sense. It doesn't, to me. But I really do think that everything else for me is just simply perfect. But I will now open the floor to you.
This movie was a trip. There was a lot of back and forth, a lot of confusion, a lot of good, like you're saying, good shots, a lot of stuff. The movie is really good. I think for me, again, like I've said, I'm not one to have to take notes or pay attention to, I mean, of course you want to pay attention, but like for me to have to sit there and like, oh my God, don't forget that. You know what I mean? Sometimes, it can be a lot, and then when you don't remember something, and then you do watch it, and then towards the end you're just like, well, what the fuck is that? You know what I mean? And then somebody who does remind you, and then you're like, oh man, you know what I mean? There is a lot, and then having to watch it over and over to understand more and more, again, that's not really for me. But I did enjoy a lot of what the movie did. The tiny couple was weird. The box thing was, I mean, yeah, you know, everything was really cool, but yeah, man, most of the time when I'm like, what the hell is happening? What is this? It wasn't as confusing as some movies. But it at the end, I feel like it was, not that I didn't enjoy the end, but I know it didn't bother you as much, but the tiny people and then them getting bigger and it just being like, what's happening? It was like, I don't know what's going on. But I do feel like this is something to watch. go back, and if you do like stuff like this, I know that this is stuff like you guys like, and I know I can understand why y'all love it. For me, I was waiting for somebody's head to get cut off. It never did, which is not a mark against it. But again, I was looking for things that I enjoyed. You know what I mean? Not saying that I didn't enjoy any of this, just not as much as you guys. But I would even say recommend watch this movie, come up with what you think about it on your own, talk about it, make other people watch it. Even if they don't like it, they have something to think about it. You know what I mean? And they can make whatever theories or think what they can, and then compare. And then that's a whole ass conversation about this movie again. Then somebody else will hear and be like, well, what's that? You know what I mean? But I think like I said, we went through our theories and said like what we like. Now, like I said, that's just kind of my only thing is, again, I'm not for the back and forth and having to remember everything. You know what I mean? I'd like the theater scene to be where somebody's on a dirt bike and they're got a skateboard and there's metal going on and they're cutting people up,
So demons.
Yeah. Like that.
Okay.
But again, this is a movie. I can't even sit here and be like, oh, that was trash or whatever. Because again, these are my opinions, but I'm not going to say that because I can't. This is a good movie. It's just not my bag. But on a scale from 1 to 10 surreal non sequiturs, I'm going to give Mulholland Drive 7 out of 10.
Surreal non sequitur.
Surreal non sequiturs.
We got there.
Yeah, we got there. Even that, I was like, what am I doing again? Oh, shit. I'm in a dream. But it is, a lot of what they do is really cool in this movie. And I did appreciate it. But it was just a lot of my head, swirling around and like, what the fuck's going on? But it is good.
I will say, just to piggyback off of what you said, I think that is one thing that I really do appreciate is the fact that this is a conversation starter.
Yeah.
I think it's so fun to have films like this that engage and inspire conversations.
Yeah, again, we say it a lot. These are our opinions, and these are how we feel about these films. Even if we don't agree, we can have a conversation about it. We don't have to have an argument about it, because there are movies that we are all going to like and we're all not going to like. So why is it okay for us to have conversations about those but not have a friendly disagreement about other movies?
Yeah, that's a huge pro for me, especially the fact that all three of us watched it and all three of us took away different things from it.
Yeah.
Stuff like that to me is such a treat because it is very rare. This film makes you think a lot. I went through a whole process of, well, what does this mean? What does that mean? And I kind of like, not everything has to be a direct parallel. These things are ideas and symbols of maybe a combination of things. And it was just like this really cool journey of like getting to know this film more and kind of getting to know my own outlook through this film on what I took away from it. And like I said, that's a treat.
Yeah.
Like I said a little bit ago, I think this is brilliant. I think it's a masterpiece. I think that obviously, we just demonstrated how it can mean so many different things to anyone who watches it. I think visually it is stunning. The performances, Naomi Watts and Laura Herring literally play two different people. The way that they carry themselves, the way that they speak, they're two different characters a piece. It's just really impressive. I think the music is very haunting. There are visuals that really stick with you. We were talking off mic earlier, and there are certain films for me that I can watch it and be like, oh, I liked that. That was really good. But it plants something in my head that takes a while to bloom. And when it does, it's like, oh my God, I fucking loved that. I think I talked about it on Nope when I was like, damn, that was cool. And then the next day at work, I couldn't stop thinking about, the final form of Jean Jacket, There's just something really special about that you can enjoy it in the moment and then kind of take it with you and enjoy it even more. And I'm just a bitch that loves a mystery. I love surrealism. I love, trying to put on my detective hat and figure out what the fuck this shit means. I really live for shit like that. So this was really the gift that just kept giving for me. Like I said, for cons, the only thing that I have are those fucking tiny people. I did not like how they looked, sounded, none of it. I just didn't like it. Is that enough to discount any other portion of this film? No. But I got to be honest, and I didn't like that. I will say covering Mulholland Drive this week and covering Possession last week has really opened something up in me that we consume a lot of films for this show. And I'm never not excited to watch something new, but this kind of made me hungry to experience new films and new styles of films and really fucking jump into the deep end of these surreal movies, because it speaks to me in a way that I thought it would, but didn't fully understand how much it would.
Are you going to start watching Twin Peaks?
I will start watching Twin Peaks.
Yay!
I will. I definitely will. I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus, but a friend of the show, I won't say his name. We might have talked about him a lot last week. But he was supposed to watch it with me. And so every time anybody's like, have you watched Twin Peaks? I'm like, well, he hasn't either.
That's dirty.
I'm not saying his name. We love him. But on a scale from 1 to 10, surreal non sequiturs, I'm also going to have to give Mulholland Drive 10 out of 10 surreal non sequiturs. I don't think that this is a film that I will watch again tomorrow, but I will be revisiting it. And it does, again, like I said at the top, it does make me want to dive into Twin Peaks completely independently and on my own.
Oh, come on.
And I gotta say, I know we're wrapping up, but shout out to Smelly Poo Poo Head for
championing.
Yes,
I screwed
this
up.
film. He campaigned his ass off.
He did. He did. Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate Mulholland Drive, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Twitter at the Pod Mortem. Don't forget to follow us on Instagram and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Twitter at TravisMWH, at Blood and Smoke, and at RealStreeter84. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll gain access to bonus content like the Corner of Creep and No Sleep, where we read and riff on creepypastas and Reddit No Sleeps, and Talk Mortem, the show where we answer your questions and take on random topics. Stay tuned until after the music for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, in the pursuit of your dreams, don't be so blinded by the bright lights that you can't see what may be lurking in the dark. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned. We'd like to give a very special thank you to all of our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo, yeah.
Very good. A special thank you to Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thomas, Travis and Nisa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Gabrielle Trevino, Spooky Mom, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Antonio Huerta, Kimberly Kleindienst, Will Brown, Sydney Smith, Osvaldo Soto, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rizak, Molly Gerhart, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Brittany Seaman, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Jordan Blevins, Liz Heath, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newting, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Leisha Olivier, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rutter, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Towton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Brittany G, Dave Burke, Adrian Stakes, Daniel McGinnis, Nick Spill, Emma Hagel-Kissinger,
Valerie G, Emiliana, Brian Glass, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle OKC, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Nicholas Carter, Sawyer Reese-Farr, Dr. Diva Loves Horror, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Natalie De Guzman, Eileen O, Marissa E, Sydney, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanovan, Katie K, Erica Morin, Cameron S, Nicole Stewart, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, No Thanks Tom Hanks, Kevin McGonigal, Kristen Marcy, Ori 81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez 63,
Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Jen Lassiter, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Valerie Kay, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Heather Santiano, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Cassidy Carruthers, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S., Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Jen T., Kim H., August, Vengeance Spirit, Sam J. Green, Kelly Glazyface Mac, Jenny May, Zoe Marie, Glittery Fab, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D., Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J., Daniel Dickerson, Jordan Gaddis, Cam Davies, Tanya Selvog, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, King Roger, D., Wesley Tart, and Kristen Jackson. Woo! What a list. Thank you so much.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank you all. We appreciate each and every one of you, and we hope that you know we Holly wouldn't be here without you.
Hey,
Very good.
all right.
Thank you. Until next time.